Wondering if that's not the best move, what is? I guess you could go king h1. No, because king h1, then knight takes d5, and black avoids losing a pawn and also opens up between the queens. Somehow the computer feels this is much better for white than what we just looked at with an extra pawn. But that makes no sense to me.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe you can start an attack here, but that's very, very difficult for a human to understand. A human will very often choose being up a pawn compared to some attack that may or may not work out in the long run.
Yeah, but the one thing that concerns me so much, Hammer, is Anna's time because she is spending a lot of time on these moves. And sometimes you just have to make the one move that comes to your mind first, as long as it doesn't blunder anything immediately, and go with it. Because now she's down to 11 minutes and she still has to make 21 moves. So she has to speed up and just go with what feels natural to her.
I mean, maybe she feels like she's just in big trouble no matter what, but based on what we just found, she can definitely wiggle her way out of this trouble, or rather, for some period of time at least, because in reality, the time she has left now is probably going to be an issue, even if she finds all the right moves. It's very
Mm.
difficult to continue finding all the right moves when you just have 10 minutes.
I guess what helps in this position that it's not too complicated. I mean, this line that we just saw with Queen G5 can get tricky, but there will be trades very soon, and I think that will be much easier to play for Anna when the queens get traded off, when pieces will be traded off, and especially when the pawn structure will be more or less fixed, right? So yeah, that's the one thing that could be ideal for Anna, but she would have to find this whole idea of Queen G5 and understand that Knight E4 is okay for her, and that's not easy to find behind the board.
In the meantime, Andrea has played bishop to d5 on that board, which is the move we were discussing and felt was pretty good for black. I'm thinking this is an opportune moment for Alexandra to go pawn to c4 and just try and kick that bishop, since the bishop got such a good placement in the center. And you mentioned earlier that Alexandra has a majority. She has 3 pawns versus 2 on the far side of the board. I call this the far side because
Hmm.
basically the opposite side of where the kings are is going to be the one furthest away from the king being able to help out in an endgame. And so getting these pawns running could be a good idea. But frankly, I'm not even sure how far these guys are going to get. One of the
Hmm.
good things about Alexandra's position is that she's neutralizing the bishop on g7 very well, because there's nothing a bishop hates more than biting into concrete. And in this metaphor, concrete is defined as a opponent pawn protected by another opponent pawn. And Andreas Bishop would be rather happy if Alexandra were to push forward, because that would open up more possibilities on the long diagonal.
Right. So instead, Alexandra went for the move H3. She's trying to stop this knight from entering on G4, which is rather disturbing. The queen will be trapped over here. There will be pressure on that pawn on H2, but now it's on H3. So I like this move a lot by Alexandra. It helps her a lot to keep stay alive in this game because it's really hard to come up with a proper plan here for white. As you mentioned, moving the pawn to c4 is one of the very few ideas here, but then you are helping your opponent as the bishop will open up. And Yeah, I also don't really see how those pawns on the queen side will move forward because black's position is just really solid. I really like the setup of black, whereas white's development, it looks a little bit clumsy over here. And this bishop on d5 is placed super strong. So yeah, what could be the next move of Andrea here? What could she be thinking about now?
I'm guessing pawn to a6, just kicking the bishop back. Maybe she wants to centralize one of her rooks. I'm actually still interested in this h3 move because you said the idea behind this move is taking control of the square g4 to prevent the black knight from moving there. But let me ask you, do you think there's any scenario in which Alexandra's plan is going to be to go pawn g4 afterwards?
You know, Hammer, I'm actually guilty of thinking about it myself. As soon as h5 was played, I was thinking to myself, what if there's h3, g4? But I immediately discarded because I thought it probably doesn't make much sense to just go astray on the king side here. So it's funny that you mention it, but there is a chance. I don't want to count it out completely.
It would be very, very aggressive. And normally that is Andrea's style. But it could happen. The problem here is that black's knight is very well placed to defend the pawn on h5. So this pawn move would be so much more effective if the knight were to move away first. So that could be another thing. Like Alexandra might look for, if Andrea starts, okay, say pawn to a6, pushing the bishop back, and then pawn to rook to e8, and then centralize this guy. And then if for some reason Andrea ends up moving this knight, I don't have a good suggestion now. I'm just going to move it back here.
Mm-hmm.
Then it becomes maybe more tempting to go pawn to g4 because the key here is that if you manage to get this trade on the edge of the board, then that's going to be super dangerous for black because then you're going to be able to move your king up and move your rook over and attack down that h file. But as long as black can always try and keep this side of the board shut down, then it's not going to be a major concern.
How tempted would Andrea be to sacrifice the knight here? Because she has this tendency of sacrificing the knight, right?
Yeah, I'm not sure which position.
At this position, knight takes g4.
Yeah, no, I think Andrea, after sacrificing her knight in the previous game she played against Alexandra, I think the odds of her sacrificing anything is pretty slim. In the
Okay.
meantime, we've had moves coming in on both boards. Andrea has played pawn to e5, which I generally support, trying to advance the pawn through the center of the board. And Anna has made a move after a very, very, very long think, and she decided to capture the pawn in the center. So she misses the opportunity to go queen to g5. She misses the opportunity to find that situation where losing a pawn maybe wasn't the end of the world after all. And instead now, after the knight trade, Jennifer is just going to pick up this pawn on the edge of the board. And white is going to be up a pawn as well as having a tremendous time advantage. In fact, Anna with the black pieces is down to 5 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, this position looks more playable than the position we were analyzing without the queens. And yeah, I guess it still feels like this pawn d4 is extremely weak. So this is maybe something that Anna is trying to go for. But on the other hand, you have to try to challenge your opponent especially when you spend so much time on your move. So she spent 26 minutes on this move, and you really cannot afford it if you are simply going for a move such as knight takes d5, simply recapturing when she could have tried to move queen to g5, which would have given her opponent a little bit of a challenge. It's not that easy to deal with that move, and it could have given her better chances, but not easy to evaluate the position properly. So I guess that's why she eventually stuck to taking on d5 with the knight. But yeah, not an ideal situation because this makes things much easier to play with white for Jennifer.
And Jennifer has indeed made the trade between the knights. After that, the queen comes up to gobble up this h6 pawn. Anna goes rook to a6, trying to utilize her ability to move the rook over to the other side of the board via the sixth rank. But with an extra pawn, I think Jennifer can be super happy. And I would just centralize my rooks with the added bonus of putting some pressure on Black's queen. This concern you have for the d4 pawn, I do not share because I think queen to d2, the queen is very easily going to keep the white pawn weaknesses well defended.
Maybe even rook e5 and just improve the position even more. And you threaten rook h5 there.
And rook takes d5, but who's counting pawns?
He was counting pawns. Pawns are overrated. I mean, Jennifer's already up a pawn, so if you could go for a nice attack with a potential checkmate, then why not? Mm. By the way, I also wanted to point out that in this game, what concerns me for Anna as well is that her bishop is worse than this bishop on c2. So this bishop, the white bishop, is attacking the black pawns, whereas this bishop is supposed to be the one defending. So this bishop is on c8. If it gets to e6 to defend the pawn, it's great, but it will be so much more passive, whereas this bishop is doing a great job at attacking. So yeah, that's not easy to play with black, and that's why this position is also pretty bad, besides the fact that Anna is down a pawn already.
Yeah, no, I think her position is just pretty miserable.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the time usage kind of reflects that. She was trying to find something better than getting into this, and then she kind of couldn't figure it out. And now she just lost a pawn for no good reason. But Jennifer
Yeah.
has had good positions previously in the tournament. In the first round against Nemo, Jennifer had a huge advantage, but she messed it up in with Nemo defending a long endgame. Nemo
Right.
also defended a long endgame against Alexandra yesterday, so we're getting some skills showcased. And for Nemo defending bad positions, she's done very well. She's saved two potentially losing games. While Jennifer, she failed winning the game against Nemo, but other than that, she's just been. I think she's a level above the rest, in my opinion.
It does really
She's
feel
been
that way,
very
yeah.
clean. Yeah, she's been very clean with her games.
Yeah, I saw. I remember seeing her also. I was talking about Jennifer. I remember seeing her in the World Rapid Blitz, and I'm not sure in which one, either the Rapid or the Blitz, but she was playing really well. And I believe she even got into the top 20 or something in one of the time formats. So she plays really well. She's very experienced. Maybe not playing as much these days as she goes to university, but and she's, I believe, becoming a senior now. So yeah, it's amazing to
I mean,
see
you
her playing
say
this
going to
tournament.
university as if it's just any random place, but in my little commentary pre packet of trying to get some intel on the players, She goes to Harvard. And like I didn't maybe fully experience university in this way you're supposed to. I
Oh,
kind
me
of
neither,
quit.
Hammer.
I quit after a year because I thought it was too hard. But I'm pretty sure Harvard, that's a decent school. I heard about that one. And
Right,
I'm
right.
guessing it's not as easy as some of the Oslo universities are.
Yeah, I guess, I mean, maybe the ones in Amsterdam are still somewhat impressive. I don't know much about it, but yeah, half of my university years went to COVID, so I also didn't get to experience that much.
Yeah, Jennifer is a talented one, and so far we've been very impressed with her performances here at the chess camp. Alexandra, she kind of no, I was gonna say she found back to her normal self because she's been playing so quickly all the games. And I thought she played rook to d1 pretty fast as well, but the truth of the matter is, no, she actually spent some time on this. And after now 15 moves from both players, the time situation is almost equal, which in the matchup between Andrea and Alexandra, that would have gotten insane odds before the game started.
Right. Yeah, I mean, it's clear Alexandra is the better player, but when Andrea plays well, when she is playing her A game, she plays really well and she cannot be underestimated. She just has these tendencies to make random blunders. But if she doesn't make any of these blunders, if she doesn't make these mistakes and doesn't get too low on the clock, I think she can play really well. So I'm curious to see if today she feels the motivation enough to take down Alexandra.
Well, she's done very well so far.
Yeah, yeah, great position. This pawn on e5 is quite annoying to deal with for white. And now a6 has been played. This bishop, where is it gonna go? You cannot, well, I guess you can retreat to d3, but that doesn't feel right. It feels very loose there, and it's not really doing much because this pawn chain over here is doing a great job at covering the king side. And it just feels like white is so limited. There's not a lot of ideas that you can think of here with white. And it feels like white is just going to be passive very soon.
And she does choose e2 for the bishop. And I may have cheated a little bit because I clicked my way into the game to see how many moves they had made. And in doing so, Anamaya, I saw that the computer's top choice here is that after bishop to c6, computer kind of like pawn to g4.
Oh, really?
And it kind of makes sense, right? Because you just placed your bishop to point towards this h5 point. And also now, since Andrea went pawn to e5, there are some ideas where you can push that pawn further forward, attack the knight. And when the knight moves, because this pawn moved forward, it's more tempting to kind of try and establish yourself in front of that pawn. And
Wow.
the key idea here would be that the black pawn could never really chase the white knight in the center away, because then you have the en passant move.
Yeah, and suddenly the Black King is pretty exposed, and because all the pieces of white are focused on the king side, it looks pretty bad for black here.
Maybe a bit of a dreamy scenario, but this could become very, very spicy.
Yeah,
And
I
I think
guess.
also I want to point
Mhm.
out that Andrea should be a bit careful. I like that she pushed the pawn forward in the center, but she should be careful not to overdo it. Because if she pushes even further forward, it's going to be very easy for Alexandra to start targeting that pawn, but also utilizing the fact that the pawn advanced to put, for instance, this bishop in a very nice placement in the middle of the board, pointing down towards the black king. So pushing the pawn forward in the center right now is, I think, the worst move Andrea could make.
Yeah, it will only help her opponent, but I guess in this situation you want to start attacking somewhere with white. And especially when you're playing low-rated player, then you usually attacks are the reason why the low-rated players collapse at some point. It's difficult to defend, and you start to see ghosts that things are not there. So I feel like even if G4 main, I mean, it's the best move, but even if it wasn't, I feel like it's a really good practical choice just to try it out and see what the opponent does because, yeah, it doesn't really seem that White would be taking too much risk here.
Really, I have a different perspective on
Oh,
that. I
really?
feel like, yeah, no, I feel like if you're the higher rated player, then in general, you should be able to outmaneuver your opponent without having to having to kind of resort to attacks and that kind of thing. Like you should be good enough to just place your pieces on better squares and somehow get a good transition to an end game or something. But that also kind of speaks to people's individual preferences, right? Because I
Mm-hmm.
believe I'm very good strategically and not very good necessarily at calculating and attacking.
Mm-hmm.
And that may influence why I'm thinking the way I'm thinking. And then
Could
I'm
be.
curious, I want to ask you, what kind of a player do you consider yourself? And do you think that affects your opinion on many things?
Yeah, I guess I'm the opposite of you then because I'm a very attacking player. There was a time that I was not very sharp and complex positions, very dynamic positions were just painful for me, even though I was a quite tactical player. But once it got too complicated, it would just not end well for me. But these days, it feels like I'm actually becoming a really attacking player, focusing on attacking quite a lot. So yeah, I guess that changes things. I guess also why I was thinking of this pawn push on the king side to play g4. But I wasn't entirely sure if it made sense over here. But I guess that's why I'm more inclined to think about these kind of ideas. Actually, Hammer, yesterday we did have this game between Dina and Jules, where Dina was at some point completely winning. But instead of going for the attack, she could sacrifice the exchange on f3 with the rook. It was like one of those typical sacrifices. And white basically didn't really have much to defend the king with, and it would end up in a winning position. But instead of going for such an attack, Dina played it super safe, and she was playing too passive because of that. And she thought that, okay, she was up a pawn. What could go wrong here at all? But then a few moves later, she ended up in trouble because she was not playing attacking enough. So I guess there is things to say for both sides, but yeah, you have to know, I guess, when to attack, when not to, when to slow down. And yeah, yesterday's game was one of those examples where Dina really had to play much more actively and try to play a bit more risky because otherwise she was in trouble.
In the meantime, someone who does not need to play quickly is Jennifer, who has an extra pawn in her game against Anna Kemling. But I gotta say, I'm really surprised by the pace she's had for the past couple of moves. Because frankly, um, Anna, when she went rook to e8 instead of playing b6, there's no defense now towards the pawn on a5. And so I would maybe spend some time trying to figure out, can I exploit this in any way? But Jennifer instead just immediately went for the trade of the rooks. She probably did consider queen takes pawn on the edge, but realizing that there could be some bad things happening as black's queen comes in with a check on the king, she chose instead to go a different route. And like here, I mean, I feel like I would definitely go something like king to f2 because I would want to go rook to e1 next and try and regain control with black having both their queen and their rook on the open file. But instead, Jennifer very quickly and confidently goes bishop to a4. And I gotta admit, I don't really understand what this move is doing. Obviously, Anna is going to have to go rook to e7 to keep her control of the open file. And then I guess then Jennifer is going rook to c1 and she's going to target the bishop. And the bishop is kind of awkward because it's very reliant on the queen protecting. Actually, the more we're looking at this, the more I'm thinking this actually could be a good idea for Jennifer. Maybe she's playing confidently for a reason. She's feeling good about her current situation.
I guess when you have such a move where you can move a piece forward and attack an opponent's piece without facing consequences, it just feels very tempting to make such a move. But also, if we go a few moves back in the variation that you were mentioning, why not just take right away on a5? I guess after this check and king h1, all of a sudden queen e2 becomes possible, and these two pieces are hanging. So you would rather have your bishop on a4 in this case than on c2. So why not play it with tempo and yeah, get the bishop on a4 while you can.
Has anyone worked out who Andrea is yet? I saw someone in chat suggesting Sabrina Carpenter.
I think that's the
Um,
closest we will get to today.
but there were also someone suggesting it could be a young Hammer, a young blonde Hammer. But
Did
I'm
you
not
did you really
sure
have
I
that long
had a
hair?
tendency with the headband.
Did you have long hair when you were young?
Yeah, this is also true. Her hair is somewhat longer than mine has ever been. I definitely did have very long hair, but you couldn't really tell because it was so curly.
Ah,
So
okay.
I was sporting an afro in all full reality when I was a kid. It
Oh.
went everywhere. It just an afro by default.
Well, that's cool. Do you think it will come back, the afro look?
I hope not.
Was it that bad?
It was pretty bad. And the thing about when you're a chess player, you just there are so many photos of me from when I was very young and didn't know any better. And I'll never get rid of those photos. They're on the line forever. So being a chess player, there's plenty of good things about it, but one of the definite disadvantages is the number of pictures you're unhappy about from when you're 10 to when you're dead.
Yeah, and it's not easy to get rid of them. I mean, you don't even want to go through the process of trying to get rid of them, so you just accept that, okay, this is the life of a chess player. You get pictures everywhere, so what to do?
Milk says that Linda posted a young photo of me earlier today. Damn, now I gotta go searching for that. Linda
Oh no.
actually, she hasn't played a lot of chess in the last 10 years, but she did play. Uh, she did play two tournaments in Oslo when she was younger because we had a sort of Oslo New York chess exchange program ish, and
Wow.
so I know Linda from way back when. Maybe we took a picture together. Now I'm going to be spending the next couple of minutes searching
Ooh,
for
what are
that.
the odds? Wow. Yeah, I saw in her games that she played, I believe in 2012, she played this tournament in also, was it 2012? And
Yeah, she played it twice, I think, but one of them I'm
ah,
sure was 2012.
right, right. So that was pretty cool to see. And yeah, what are the odds that someone in the tournament, they're from the States and yeah, being from Norway, you happen to know them?
Oh, I'm still searching for the pictures. Can you
Oh yeah,
take
go
over?
ahead. Go ahead. Of course, of course. We see that Andrea has played move b5. I like this move. It stops White from playing c4 ever, and she's getting a lot of space on the queen side. Perhaps not something that she needs because let's say if this knight moves from b3, let's say it goes back to d2, then it becomes interesting for Alexandra to play the move a4 to try to poke this pawn structure on the queen side. But for now, this knight on b3, so you don't have the pawn to a4 move. And this knight, yeah, you don't really want to retreat with this knight for this specific reason. So it seems like Andrea is getting a really nice position. This is kind of what you want when you're playing with the black pieces. She has a lot of activity going on. It's hard to see what White can possibly do here. I guess she really needs to think of moves such as g4 here to try to complicate matters, and otherwise you just have to sit and wait and hope for the best while your opponent is activating pieces. His knight can go to b6 and then c4, or maybe even to a4 targeting that pawn on b2, which is quite a big weakness. This bishop on d5 is quite a monster over here. So yeah, I really like Andrea's position for now. And as I look at the clocks, they are also completely even on the clock. So things are looking good for Andrea. And I'm concerned about Alexandra's position. But for now, she's doing just fine. But this may change in the next few moves.
I gotta say, Andrea's time management today compared to, well, for instance, yesterday, and compared to her time management in general, the last couple of months has been exemplary. And it's really impressive watching her really just bring out the best in her when she's having a very important game. And I know that this matchup, it means everything. They are so psyched about trying to beat each other.
I mean, what are the odds that they play each other, right? The fact that they played each other in an open tournament was already pretty wild. But to see them back again is just amazing. And yeah, the tension between the two players is quite high. Yeah, it shouldn't be when you look at the ratings, but Andrea is so underrated. She deserves a much higher rating. If she was not prone to making big mistakes, on quite, quite a lot of occasions, then I think she would easily be 2000 rated.
In the meantime, Alexandra has gone rook to d2. She's planning to make use of both her rooks through the center. Seems like a good plan to me. Andrea might be forced to retreating her bishop now at some point, and that's not optimal. You were suggesting the move knight to b6. Is that still your top choice?
In this very case, yeah, I guess I don't see a tactical problem with it.
So let's say that the knight tries to maneuver itself forward. I do
Mm-hmm.
like the simplicity of what Alexandra is doing. Just
Mm-hmm.
getting both of them rooks pointing down through the center of the board. And if Andrea tries to use her rook to defend, then we could easily see a bishop with the queen trying to put some pressure in towards one of these important defenders in the center.
Yeah, that could get tricky. I guess what I would like to try with black is if we go a few moves back, I would like to try something like bishop c4 because this bishop doesn't feel safe there anymore. And I would love to have my knight on c4 to attack that rook and the pawn on b2 and maybe even proceed here on the queen side, even though black does not have the pawn maturity there, but something about this pawn structure here just makes me feel more inclined to push the a pawn down to a4.
Yeah, I agree. If you could get your knight to the c4 square safely, that would be a big accomplishment. However, bishop to c4 is not the way to do that because then you lose a pawn to bishop takes b6.
Yeah, that's too bad, huh?
Yeah, I don't see how you can allow that because now you lost the knight that you wanted to get to the c4 square. But as an added bonus, white manages to just grab a pawn in that trade.
Yeah, that's a bit too much. Seems like it's still playable for black, but why would you allow this voluntarily if you have other options? But yeah, this is something that you would love to have if you are able to play the knight to c4. But I guess for now the tension is too much on the bishop, so I guess we would have to retreat it. And this is also what Andrea actually did. She moved the bishop to c6 already.
And now the thing I'm thinking about is if Alexandra could get her knight to a5 now, that would be pretty devastating for that bishop. But the problem is the queen has that square under control for the moment. But that doesn't necessarily need to be the case for all of eternity. So right now, I'm thinking, can I go queen b4? The thing is, if I go queen b4 now, I'm allowing black to go pawn to a5.
Mm-hmm.
And then black's rook will take over control of that a5 square. So let me try and be a bit more clever about it. What if I first go rook to d1, have my rooks pointing down through the center? Obviously, you're going to want to do the same thing with your rook, getting that one into the middle. And then I go queen b4 because now your rook is no longer having that a5 square under control. And I'll be able to go either queen to a5 or knight to a5 on the next move.
Right, but what if black gets to play knight e4 instead of rook d8? Because that feels really annoying.
Well, I
But
think it loses material.
yeah, I guess the bishop is overloaded, huh?
Yeah, so if knight to e4, the idea of attacking the rook is a good one. But the problem is my rook will just capture the knight. And like Anamaya said, that bishop is having too many tasks at the same time. It was supposed to both defend the knight in the center and the knight further back. But if it does one of those job, it abandons the other. And this would enable Alexandra to get a two knights versus rook scenario, which is definitely favorable for the knights.
Yeah, it's crazy how it works all out for white tactically. It feels like black has everything under control, but one wrong move, it suddenly collapses and yeah, it's not easy anymore for black. So it's not easy to make the right move here with black because if you just play normal moves such as rook d8, developing the rook, then white also gets to play some moves. And I guess that's why the move rook d2 is so nice. Preparing the rook d1 and trying to poke black a little bit to restrict black from playing moves such as knight e4.
And it's so straightforward. So I feel like rook to d2 should have put Alexandra ahead on time. But the fact of the matter is, she's hesitating about getting the second rook to the center. And Alexandra has hesitated more in this game than she has hesitated in basically every game she's played for the last half year. And as a result, she's actually down on time against Andrea, which would have given ridiculous odds at the start of the game.
Do you think she's feeling the pressure in today's game? Or do you think yesterday's game could be affecting her, that long
No,
game
I
against
think she
Nemo?
was just uncomfortable about the opening,
Mm-hmm.
and that she didn't feel like she understood what kind of plans she needed to execute. And then that insecurity has kind of dragged on even as her position got better and better.
Right. That makes a
So
lot of sense,
she's
yeah.
finding the right moves. Like she's playing good moves, but the insecurity kind of remains, which is why even though she's playing good moves, she's down on time. But
She
she
did play
does
the
go
move.
for the double rooks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm liking her position. Like this is very easy pressure and kind of annoying to deal with for Andrea. In the meantime, Anna Kemling is down to she was down to 33 seconds on the clock. And that means because you get an extra 30 seconds per move you make, having your clock at 33 seconds means you only had 3 seconds when executing the move.
Yeah, in one of the earlier rounds, Anna had 1 second on the clock, I believe. There was one of the players had 1 second on the clock when they pressed the clock, so it's really playing with fire here. But yeah, besides the time difference and the time issues for Anna, she's also down a pawn and also in a very passive position. So I feel like it's a matter of time until Jennifer wins this game. But this game requires still some technique from her. Let's see her technique in this end game. I'm curious to see how things will play out, but very concerning situation for Anna. She's very low on the clock and it's not looking good. Even if she had time, it would be concerning, but with so little time, there's only so much you can do.
In general, in this position, when black is down a pawn, but the pawn they're missing is one of the kingside pawns, one of the pawns that was supposed to defend the black king. What you really want to do here as white is you want to try and get more pawns up the board just to trade. Normally, trading pawns favors the defending party, but here a pawn trade would mean that Black's king goes from having two defensive pawns to only having one, which could be the difference between the king surviving and a potential checkmate happening. And I think that's why Jennifer just played queen to h6. Number one, she's threatening checkmate with rook to e8, but that's not the main thing. As Anna goes rook d8, trying to defend against the checkmate, now Jennifer can go pawn to h4. And she gets to execute this plan of just moving the pawn up and loosening up the defenses that black has in front of their own king.
Yeah,
And
and this
indeed,
is
this is
brutal.
precisely what she did. And she's feeling
Mm-hmm.
very confident about it based on the pace with which she's playing.
Yeah, this feels quite brutal. I wonder instead of rook d8, what if Anna had played rook e7, challenging that rook? Because I feel like in the queen endgame, the drawing chances are much higher in this position.
Yeah, maybe. I guess you would go queen e3 and you would go for the queen trade, but black definitely doesn't have to trade queens and can try to counterattack on the other side instead. A missed opportunity perhaps for Anna, but you are going to miss a lot of opportunities when you only have 30 seconds for every move you make.
And that is a sad reality because you need time to come up with these ideas. Because rook e7, it would drop the pawn on d5, so it feels counterintuitive. She may not just have thought about this move at all because of this.
Yeah, true. In fact, I didn't actually even realize that's if we go back, rook e7, you could capture this pawn.
Then just give a check on e1, right?
You're making it sound easy. Check, king up,
I'm
and
just
then
feeling
what?
ambitious here with the activity. It's the best that black can get in this game, I think.
Queen e7 maybe, but then I mean the king is reasonably safe.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't easy, but because it wasn't easy, that's kind of why why she couldn't figure it out with just
Mm.
seconds on the clock. Queen to f8. I don't know where that queen is headed, but moving pieces away from protecting your own king, probably not the greatest idea right now. Jennifer is just going to continue forward with her pawn on the side of the board. She's going to loosen up the king's defenses, and this is going to be a win for Jennifer within a couple of minutes.
And perhaps Anna's trying to play rook e8, but she doesn't have the time for it now because h5 is indeed played by Jennifer. And in case Anna plays rook 8 here, then the g6 pawn will be captured simply, and Black's position is completely falling apart here. So yeah, she's running out of time, both on the board and on the clock. So it's going to, I think this game will end pretty soon as this king side is being completely torn apart here.
Anna tries to have the rook come over to defend. How how do you win this the most accurately?
I guess first we take on g6, right?
Mm, do we?
Because I want to play queen g5 and attack the pawn on d5 one more time. And maybe rook e7, um, just to
Yeah,
throw in some ideas.
I guess that's fine. I was thinking maybe queen rook e2.
You're such a positional player, Hammer.
No, but hear me out. I'm trying to open up the pressure against this rook, and I because if I can force that rook to move to the side, for instance, because it doesn't want to be reliant on the queen protecting, then I'll make the trade. But the difference now is that I get my queen more centralized than in the other variation, and I get to put pressure on an undefended pawn because I managed to lure the rook away first.
Wow, you have a lot of patience here. I would not be able to play a move such as rook e2. That's too slow for me.
And computer wasn't too impressed with it either. So sometimes the bang bang stuff is better. Why
Well,
rookie 2 makes 0 sense? I explained why. Listen to my explanations if you want to know the thought process.
I mean, your explanation made sense to me. It's just, it would not even cross my mind because I'm looking ahead of me. I played the move h5. I want to take on g6, and this pawn d5 is weak, so I want to attack it. And yeah, I want to make use of Black's weaknesses. But your way of handling the position was also very interesting. I could maybe use some of it in my own game sometimes.
Yeah, but in this occasion, it was probably just nonsense, right? My
You have
only
some points.
hesitation with making this trade was that I really didn't want to end up having to trade queens, right? But at the end of the day, a queen trade is not the it's not the worst thing if I also manage to get a pawn in the center.
Yeah, it's too much.
Instead, Jennifer has played queen to e3. She's trying to threaten rook up, catching the king and queen on the same rank. The king moves away.
Oh, but now
First
you can take
attempt.
on g6. This is
Yeah,
really clever.
this is an opportune moment to make that capture because now, after pawn takes back, White is able to bring in their rook even with a check on the king. In fact, here you're winning the queen. You're forcing the king back and then catching the king and queen in a compromised position.
And Anna took back with the rook on g6 instead. So just to go a few moves back, she played rook takes g6. So now her pawn on d5 will fall. And soon the position will be resigned, I think, because being down 2 pawns is too much. The king is completely exposed, and there's simply no hope anymore for Anna here.
In the meantime, Andrea is undeveloping her pieces.
Ooh, I don't like that move, Hammer.
Bishop to f8. I will say one thing. This bishop move completely prevented my plan of moving the queen back over to the queen side.
You think that was done by on purpose, or is it a coincidence?
I'm not sure.
Maybe she was focused on the rook d6, that the rook would infiltrate there. I don't know.
I agree that is a more likely explanation.
Yeah, because his bishop is not really doing much here. I mean, I guess you can make a case for moving the bishop to e7, but because the pawns are pushed this way on the king side, you would rather have this bishop on g7 to try to hold down the fort in case something goes wrong there, in case Alexandra decides to play g4. You need the bishop on g7. So I'm not a fan of this move.
That's a good point. Now, if bishop to g5, bishop to e7, g4 could be very powerful. Ooh, actually, there's even a tactic here. Ooh, this could hurt for Andrea.
Did something to do with this?
Yeah, I think so.
It's
Rook
crazy,
takes
right?
rook takes d7. That eliminates the defender of the f6 knight. So in order for that knight to save itself, you're gonna have to recapture with a knight, but then you've at the same time opened up for both the white queen and the white bishop towards the black bishop. And that's gonna be GG's.
Yeah, and it's crazy because all those pieces of black are developed well, they're defending each other, and it seems like nothing is wrong, but for some reason, tactics appear in a position, and this is really dangerous. And indeed, this may just happen in the game because it's very tempting to now put the bishop on e7. Go in this game over here. It's very tempting to put the bishop on e7 after having played bishop to f8. So yeah, this is it's one of those moves that it feels like it's heading to the wrong direction. You have this idea that you really want to execute, and because of that, the position is slowly, heading to the wrong way.
On the other hand, bishop to g5 might not be the best move for Alexandra because it actually does allow knight to h7.
Right.
Where the knight escapes and threatens to capture a bishop. You know, I love me some bishops.
Yeah, yeah, so you would never want to allow this, but if you retreat your bishop, then your queen might be in trouble instead.
Yeah. Bishop retreat, and then maybe now bishop forward attacks the queen. The queen retreats. Can we go like knight f6? Can we try and get like a fork here on the queen and on the rook? It's a tricky position for both players, but for the moment, that interesting idea Andrea had with pushing her pawn on the king side flank forward to h5, that has been somewhat problematic. Ooh, what a move from Jennifer.
Wow.
Jennifer ignores the pawn in the center of the board. Instead, queen to h2. Brilliant. The queen goes back to the edge of the board, but now, because and the way she did this, first she went forward, trying to get the checkmate in the corner. If the queen blocks, then the queen comes forward with a check, and then the rook comes in check, forcing the king away from the queen, winning that way. So therefore, Anna thought she didn't have anything better than moving the rook in between to stop this one. But now that the rook is here, queen h2 is so effective because there's no queen g7 to protect next to the king. And Anna resigns. Jennifer takes a big win. That was beautifully executed by her.
Amazingly played by Jennifer. What a technique she has shown. All of these moves in the queen and rook endgame that she has played were so precisely played. The maneuver of the rook towards h5, then this queen to h2 move, and black is simply out of moves. Either the game would end in checkmate or black would lose too much material. So that is the reason why Anna resigned. Very well played by Jennifer.
Yeah, she's looking so strong. I would be very surprised if Jennifer doesn't win the tournament. But she does have a big matchup against Dina coming in the second part of the tournament.
That's going to be
So
so exciting.
uh,
Also, since
did Alexandra play Bishop G5? Sorry.
no worries.
Yeah,
I don't
no,
see it.
I'm taking that back.
It's okay. Um, Also Jennifer and Anna were the leaders, but now Jennifer is taking the sole lead in the tournament with this win. She's on 3.5 out of 4 now, so her chances to win this tournament are looking good. But as you said, she has some tough matchups ahead of her. So let's see how she will do against Dina, for example.
And here we have the current standings without the current round included. We have two really big matchups today. We've been following Jennifer taking down Anna Kamling very impressively. That's going to put Jennifer up to 3.5 points in four. But we also have Dina with the white pieces against Nemo today. And wow, live update of the standings is going to see Jennifer with that fresh point she got, taking the lead in the tournament. And now it's up to Dina. Dina needs to beat Nemo in their current game in order to keep pace with Jennifer at the top.
I love how you can make tech issues exciting, Hammer. You always uh, know how to deal with them.
Just pretend like it's not happening. That's the only trick.
I guess you're used to it, huh?
It is the I'm not saying that I am the common denominator for tech issues, but I have been around streams with tech issues in my life.
Okay, okay, noted. I will not ask further questions.
So clearly ought to pick the Nemo Dina game as the second one right now. Yes, I think that's what we're gonna do. Let me confer with the producer, and
Yeah,
we'll look into
mhm.
that.
Yeah, the other two games have, of course, already started quite some time ago. But yeah, as the game between Alexandra and Andrea is still ongoing, we want to pay attention to that, of course. But we would also be able to pull up another game. So let's see if we will be able to get that on the screen. But for now, the game between Alexandra and Andrea is still ongoing. Both players around 25 minutes on the clock. This is getting super exciting. We're now move
Yeah,
20. So 20 more moves to go for both players to reach the 14th move.
the next hour will decide everything. Both players gonna be low on time, gonna be stressed out, wanting to play good moves, but not necessarily having the time they need to figure out what the good moves are. And one way or another, this is going to be decided and what I'm so slow. Alexandra is out of her Hikaru outfit. Is
Wait,
she
when did that
saying
happen?
I, I I'm so bad at paying attention. Is she saying Hikaru outfit does not make you a stronger chess player? That means I have to change out of my shirt as well. Give me a minute.
Yeah, when did that happen, Chad? Like 20 minutes ago? What? How? How did we miss that? I have the screen right here. How did I not see this, Chad? How did you guys not say anything? This is your fault. You guys didn't say anything. Yeah, we were too focused on the Jennifer versus Anna game, perhaps. But Chad's fault. Yeah, this is the hammer influence, blaming Chad when things go wrong.
Oh, did you not use that strategy before?
Not as much, but
Yeah, no,
I
it's
think
it's very easy.
yeah, your strategies are yeah, kind
They
of
are honed through time,
yeah.
tested with experience.
Yeah, I'm like getting inspired here. I'm not sure if it's a good thing, but maybe. Time will decide.
Knight to g5 from Alexandra. She's going for the attack. You know what? She is going to go for g4 next.
Oh, I'm here for it.
I guess Andrea is going to go bishop e7. She's going to want to point her bishop down towards the white queen. And this also makes it kind of difficult for Alexandra to try and attack, try and make this pawn push to open up for the queen in towards the black king. Because here, knight to e4 would take advantage of the bishop now pointing in towards the queen. Oh my God, no! But actually, this is not a good idea because then Alexandra is just going to sacrifice her rook because she feels like, well, I'll give away my rook, no problem, as long as it enables me to open up and remove some of the pawns defending the black king. And
Oh,
bishop
this
e7
is
is on the board.
crazy. This may just happen, Hammer. This would be the ultimate profit move if this were to happen in the game. That would be crazy.
But I don't see what else her plan, what could her plan be otherwise?
Yeah, not so easy. I mean, she obviously wants to attack on the king side. There's no other way to really do that. One other idea that I could think of is bishop f3, but now that the bishop is on e7, I don't really think you want to retreat with the knight. Because after bishop f3 takes. I don't really think that's what you're looking for here. So
It's probably not the end of the world that the black bishop is pointing towards the queen. And I do like getting rid of this black bishop because it enables maybe your rooks to be more powerful through the center. Wow, Alexandra just moves her queen. I'm kind of
queen
disappointed by
three.
that. I kind of wanted to see the all-out attack. But computer is saying moving the queen back is very good for white. I don't really understand why, though.
I guess it's just a natural approach to, okay, your opponent put the bishop on the same diagonal as the queen. You'd rather get out of there to make sure that you don't run into some discovery attacks. But I guess this may be preparing other ideas such as f4 to try to exchange the pawn in the center and then get the bishop out. I can see the attack still continue, but perhaps in a different way. And this pawn is going to stay on g2 over there.
Yeah. I mean, yeah, so you can still attack just without weakening your own king.
Yeah, makes sense. I really want to try to make moves such as knight takes f7 work. Or actually, what about knight to e6? Because that pawn on f7 is protecting the pawn g6 and is the only defender of the pawn g6. So if you get to play knight to e6, and if black takes, then suddenly queen takes g6, and that king on g8 feels very unsafe there.
Yeah, no, I was about to be a huge fan of your idea. The thing is, even if queen, like say black just pushes the pawn, right? even
Mm-hmm.
if knight to e6, like the queen can just move away. The knight just isn't threatening anything. So I was excited about it until I realized that you don't really need to do anything.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that makes sense. It just feels like such a fancy move. And since Black doesn't really want to capture that knight, it kind of feels nice there. And maybe it can still work out because you get to play moves such as knight c5, but perhaps it leads to unnecessary trades, and maybe you want to keep the pieces with white for a potential attack.
Well, I'm definitely concerned about black also going knight to e4 now.
True.
Because now you don't have anything preventing a possible fork on your queen and on your rook.
Yeah, so that knight on g5 was at least defending the square at e4. So maybe white needs to
Let's
find
let's
something more
move back
direct.
to the current situation.
Mm-hmm.
I really like one thing I like about this queen retreat is that now the queens are looking at each other. And I think after a move like pawn to a5, I really like knight d4
Wow.
because this knight cannot be captured due to the white queen pointing down on blacks. And if the knight cannot be captured, I'm threatening here, I'm threatening here, and frankly, I might even go further forward. Like, imagine rook here to protect this pawn. What's stopping me from going knight to f5 and just moving all my pieces over to that side of the board? And the knight cannot be captured. Now, due to knight to e6, this time we are threatening something. We're threatening the queen while simultaneously giving a check on the king.
That looks amazing and not easy to deal with for Black because of the unfortunate placement of the pieces. It's queen on c7, not defended. If White gets to play knight d4, not easy to defend the Black king over here.
And that's why Andrea's move right now was really, really good. She understood the problems of having that undefended queen on the same diagonal as white's, and she played rook c8. I think that was a super, super important move for her.
Yeah, she understood it very well. The only piece that has not been developed just yet, protecting the queen. And yeah, I guess she's not looking to play e4 because then she will be facing bishop f4. But it's always useful to protect the queen and make sure that all the pieces are defended. And yeah, she's not really interested in playing a5 anymore because she knows that there are something is happening on the
Well,
king side.
I think she could be interested in playing a5. It's just it needed some preparation. If you played
Hmm.
a5 when white could go knight to d4, that was a big issue. But now that knight to d4 has been prevented, this is the kind of move that's a hallmark of a good player when you pay a lot of attention to what your opponent's plan is and make moves to prevent those. Andrea identified knight to d4 as a very serious plan for white, and she took the appropriate measures to prevent it.
Yeah, I wonder if she spotted this knight d4 move and
She
that's why
must
she
have.
played
Why
this.
else would she do this?
Could still be an accident for whatever reason. But I want to have more faith in Andrea and say that she actually considered the move knight to d4.
Yeah, you're gonna be in trouble.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
You think so?
yeah. You got to be cautious about that kind of thing.
Oh, you have some experience, it sounds like.
Yeah, I've gotten chewed out by Andrea a time or two in my life, but I genuinely do think here that was no accident. But she's still under some pressure though. I
Yeah.
just don't have no idea what Alexandra's next move is gonna be.
I'm trying to make a knight takes f7 sacrifice work, so bishop d3 comes to my mind to target that pawn on g6.
Ah, that's pretty good. Although after bishop to d3, since it's so single-mindedly targeting g6, maybe I can just go and defend.
I guess I want to play f4. Try to poke with
Wait,
black's
Dina's
position.
wearing a costume too? No, Dina's just wearing a shirt or a dress. Dude,
It's getting out of hand, Hammer.
you can't say stuff like that. Also, the hair. You're saying she's in a costume right now? I don't know what that would be in that case. I would be cautious about Dina is Pia Kamling. I'm not sure.
No. No, that's too much.
Let's talk about Dina's game. Because right now she is in serious trouble against Nemo.
Yeah, so this game happened started some time ago, but this is the first time we're looking at it. What is going on? I mean, her pieces are so passive. How did this happen here with the two bishops so stuck on the queen side?
Well, I'm gonna say the rooks are no super joy either. They're being blocked by pawns in every direction.
Yeah, not so easy to see what white can possibly try here. I mean, you would want to play the move f3 just to open up some files and diagonals, but if you play f3, it's exactly what the black wants to capture on f3 and yeah, start to be
You
really
want to
annoying.
capture on f3?
Yes. You don't think this king is
No, you're
unsafe there?
crazy. No, pawn to f3. If you capture that, then white is winning.
Really?
Yeah. You want to see
Wow.
the computer eval move?
Oh no. Hey, it's not that bad.
It's pretty bad. Like after the recapture, suddenly this rook makes sense because it can point down towards the king. White has managed to gain control in the center, and they're going to push this pawn up next, which is going to block the bishop's diagonal with a pawn defended by another pawn. No, taking that pawn, you cannot. No.
I guess
But
I'm a bit too ambitious, huh? You're very positionally wired, so this hurts your feelings
yeah,
personally.
it really did. It really did. No, you that is just positional craziness. One of the key things about black's position is having the control of this e4 square is making it impossible for white to push forward. So
Mm-hmm.
black is just going to continue doing their plans. And while white is kind of trying to increase the pressure here somehow, uh, then um, then black is just trying to keep this pawn at whatever cost. And black is just hoping white is going to make the trade in the center. Because then after all of these trades, we get a new position where the basically all the good pieces white potentially could have been traded off. And white is just left with this bishop pointing into its own pawns in every diagonal. Like this bishop is, if I could get my arrows right, this bishop is miserable.
Yeah, I do agree with that, but I do want to challenge this move f3 a bit more. I want to suggest an improvement to my idea. I really want to get
Okay.
rid of that pawn. So let's take a
Well,
look
f3
back.
has been played.
All right, all right.
So we'll
S-
test what Nemo's thinking as well.
So instead of this move knight b6, I want to play rook d8 with the idea to play knight e5, and then I want to get rid of that pawn.
Okay. You realize that knight e5 would block your rook's protection of the e4 square.
Yes, but I
Okay, just checking, just checking. Make your move,
okay, rook d8.
and then I will go rook f2.
Okay. Let's see. I think I'm just okay to go for knight e5 here.
Okay, knight e5, I'm going to take.
I wanted to play knight d3.
I'm sure you did, but I'm going to be pushing my pawns forward in the center.
Hmm.
Suddenly, I'm the one in control.
This is rough. It feels like there are so many ideas here possible, but
I'm seeing a lot of ideas for white, if I'm honest. I'm going to sacrifice here soon. I'm going to be pushing my pawns forward. I could potentially get my knight up to f5. I think one of the things I want to point out to you is that imagine something like this, and that you decide, oh, now I can capture on f3, because now if you recapture with your pawn, then I'm just going to win the pawn on e3, right?
mm-hmm.
This would be a classic way of thinking. But even here, you should be a bit cautious about making this trade, because once you take here, I'm going to take with my rook. And I'm going to say, you welcome, you may capture my rook, but after queen takes, my two pawns in the center of the board, they're going to be rushing up. I'm going to reroute this bishop over here to point down towards the black king side. I'm going to have knight to f5, contributing in the attack against the king. And this bishop is suddenly coming to life, pointing already down towards the black king.
Well, that seems very convincing. Pretty bold to sacrifice the exchange, but it seems to be with good reason. This bishop on b2 is not the greatest, but the other bishop compensates for it quite a bit. So
There's a very classic theme in the Samish Nimso Indian, which is kind of reminiscent of this. I'm not sure I'm going to be able to recreate it
oh
perfectly.
wow, we're going all back
Um,
all the way.
I'm going all the way back. So let's go to something like this. And how am I going to do this? I think something like this. There's some classic situation. Okay, I'm not, bear with me as I messed this up a little bit. But there is some classic, oh no, I forgot. Damn it. Sorry.
Take your
The
time,
the
Hammer.
whole point is that black is making this advance in the center, right?
Hmm.
So it's goes something like this. Damn it. Okay, I'm not completely able to do it. But there is this very famous thing where after bishop takes on c4, like imagine something like this. Imagine like the last two moves. Let's do this. Imagine this is the position, and then black goes bishop takes c4, attacking the rook. And you assume, okay, so the rook is going to have to move. But
Hmm.
instead, what you do in this position is you go rook to a2.
Rook a2 out of all moves.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Not
And so
even the queen
the idea
f3 or
is that you
something.
just want all your rooks to point down on the f file, and if this one is captured, then you have this pressure, and you're going to bring the queen to f3, and you're just going to attack down the f file. Okay, I didn't recreate it perfectly, and I didn't know like the exact variation how it's supposed to be done. But there's like this super famous Samish uh, position where you just sacrifice your rook as if it's nothing. And
Wow.
the position for Dina is really reminding me of that kind of situation. Because even though it looks like Nemo is very much in control of the game, having these two aggressive pawns completely blockading the white bishops from ever really being able to do anything, there is a latent energy in these bishops that could really come to life in, for instance, that rook for a bishop sacrifice we just studied.
Yeah, that is so instructive, and I don't really see this a lot, but it may just be that just never played this line. I think I played this line once with white, and I was suffering quite a bit because this opening is quite I mean the line that you showed specifically is very dynamic, and one mistake can go really wrong easily. So
Alexandra just played queen to f2, and this is causing some new problems for Andrea, because Andrea just put her rook to kind of point down towards the white rooks, essentially saying, I want to make some trades here. But now, anytime Andrea moves her rook out of the way, it's going to be met by the white bishop coming in, attacking the queen. And when the queen moves, the rook is lost behind it.
yeah, so you gotta be careful here with black. Nice
Andrea's
trick that Alexandra is
and
trying to set up here.
yeah, Andrea's a little stuck. Although I guess she can still go a5. That's the plan from earlier.
That could work. Maybe do you think Alexandra could still consider the move g4, or do we have to disregard
I
this?
was gonna say, that's another thing about this queen going back. It does put the pawn to g4 thing back on the table.
Right.
But after pawn to a5, I would hesitate to go g4 because this pawn, I kind of want to stop this pawn before it gets too far. Like pawn to
Yeah.
g4, pawn to a4, kicks the knight, pawn just continues. Preferably after pawn to a5, I wanna try and lock down the queen side. I want to try and create the position so that we end up with pawn to a3, pawn to a4, and then the knight can maneuver itself to the b4 square later on.
Can the knight move
Um,
forward to c5 as well, or is that too much?
sorry.
Can the move knight c5 also work out for white, or is it too much?
I'm not really interested in trading.
No, you don't want to trade.
No, because if well, maybe we want to trade. I didn't want to trade off this knight when I've already created a situation where that knight cannot move because it always needs to keep this b6 square under control.
Yeah, I guess the reasoning why I want to trade with white is because it feels like black has overpushed on the queen side. So in the end game, it could be beneficial for white that it's easy to target those pawns.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. Yeah,
I'm
it
glad you
could be
do.
an idea. But anyway, pawn to a4, I think, is a big mistake because it does allow, for instance, this maneuver over here. Instead, what I'm concerned about is pawn to b4. Okay, apparently computer's saying this is a rubbish move.
Take once and play c4.
Ooh, bishop c4.
Oh,
Ooh,
it's
that's
bishop c4
nasty.
instead.
Oh, that's very nasty. I forgot about this whole thing. That's the advantage of being able to just put your knight on g5 and forget about it. Because suddenly the knight's pressure in towards the black king comes back into play.
And what if the rook simply retreats, goes back to f8? Feels like there's something, but I can't quite see what is exactly the
Maybe
tactical
queen
blow here.
g3.
We just go back.
Well, queen g3 now has the threat of knight takes pawn, right? Because you're trying to open up for the queen to capture on g6. And if you
hmm
try king g7, which is the most obvious way of making that protection, I have bishop takes pawn, rook takes, and then knight to e6. Very nice. Getting
That's
that
lovely.
fork.
Yeah, I guess queen g3 is a really strong move
It
and
wasn't
not
the
easy to
computer's
defend.
favorite, but I felt like it was It's definitely causing some problems.
Sometimes human ideas are better than the computer's suggestions, you know?
Yeah. No, but this is making me realize that Andrea's position is still quite uncomfortable. And I don't really even understood when it became that uncomfortable. I think it had something to do with these rooks. Somehow I always felt like Andrea was going to be very fine because she had that extra pawn controlling the center of the board. But she did end up getting an issue with White's rooks just being very effective down the middle. And now she's trying to trade off those rooks, trying to neutralize them with her own. But Alexandra is doing a good job of using her queen and bishop to make it difficult for Andrea to get the trades she desires.
Yeah, I
Andrea
feel like
does
the
end up playing pawn a5, so I think
ah
that's a good move.
yeah, I feel like the position has shifted a lot the past few moves. Earlier we were really happy with Andrea's position, but now um it feels like the pieces, rather than that they're working together, they just feel like cramped up together. And now it is hard to see what Black wants to do here. And I guess I really like this idea to try to do something on the queen side, try to play a4, what we also discussed earlier. But for some reason, the computer hates it.
Yeah, I don't really. Oh, a4 maybe. No, it's too crazy, right?
Too crazy. That's not in your nature, Hammer.
Pawn a4 and then bishop c4.
Oof, wow.
I mean, it's pretty wild, but if black does capture the knight, this is super terrifying.
Yeah, that
Although I guess
king.
black can just sacrifice the queen.
Oh,
Like
wow.
if you go into the corner, then I could easily see this being some nastiness coming in. Not that I'm I guess just take here and maybe try and take
Mm-hmm.
here with the queen coming up and something. But if you just sacrifice the queen, you're keeping everything pretty well defended. And you got a bishop and two knights in trade for the queen, which is a pretty good deal.
Wow. It feels like these two rooks on the d file feel very strong, but black has so many pieces, and it's hard to really break through here with white.
And also, this pawn could potentially become dangerous as black tries to reinforce it after. Oh, we're having some quick moves. And
Ooh.
I don't like this one from Alexandra. Alexandra played pawn f4. That feels very weakening to me. Oh, that is the computer's top choice. Well done, is what I meant to say.
You have to trust Alexandra a bit more here. But yeah, I like this move because it's the move we've been talking about quite a few times. Where I think G4 is not going to happen, but if not G4, then instead F4 could be interesting.
Yeah, no,
Because after
actually, I'm loving
takes.
this.
Oh, you changed your mind?
Yeah, I completely changed my mind. Because if takes, it's not just that we're threatening the queen, it's that we enable our own knight to get to the d4 square.
Yeah, you're the favorite move that you were thinking about earlier in the game. So yeah, I think the position opening up favors white a lot, as his king is looking quite weak over there.
Well, I'm curious. Pawn to a4 was the best move under the circumstances from Andrea. But here, Alexandra is ignoring the threat to the knight. I think that's very, very clever from Alexandra. Because if she goes back, now making the trade is not the end of the world because the knight no longer has access to the d4 square. So Alexandra says, I'm not going to move my knight. I want my knight to the d4 square. But in order to do that, I'm going to have to eliminate the pawn that has that square under control right now. She captures on e5. And if Andrea recaptures, then the knight just gets this incredible placement in the center, pushing against the bishop towards this pawn on b5. Life is great. So therefore, Andrea maybe needs to capture this knight before it gets to d4, but
Mm-hmm.
then white will capture this one. And then the knight recaptures, I guess. And now
Ooh.
Alexandra should not get greedy. Because now she could go bishop to b6, trying to get this attack against the queen and rook. But then this pawn is very close to becoming a new queen. And black can go for the trade between the rooks, because in this situation, at the end of the line, black is not going to capture the white bishop, allowing the other white bishop to start pointing down on black's king. Instead, this pawn is just going to continue capturing its way forward, becoming a new queen in the corner of the board.
Wow. That would be crazy. This pawn is so strong, and I guess that's why you have to capture that pawn on b3 to make sure this doesn't happen.
Yeah, I think so. But on the other hand, if you do capture the pawn on b3, that's just white having an extra pawn.
Yeah, and I also see chances for white to play bishop d4, attacking that knight, because the knight is currently pinned. It's the only defender of that pawn on f7. So things looking quite tricky here for black. I'm not liking black's position at all
No,
anymore.
but I
And
also think Alexandra played this amazingly well. And
yeah,
frankly, I don't think Andrea has played a clear mistake this entire game. And yet she's in big trouble right now. And that kind of speaks to also the quality with which Alexandra has been playing. Like Andrea doesn't make any clear mistakes. Maybe moving the bishop back looked weird, but it looked worse than it was. And but somehow now, especially with that f4 pawn takes attack against the knight, creating the space for the knight to get to the d4 square, this has been very, very, very good. And I do think Alexandra is going to win this game now, because she's seeing some very, very good tactics, and the energy of her pieces is just very difficult to cope with.
I fully agree with you. I do think that the move bishop f8 was the fatal mistake for Andrea, because her idea was too slow and she needed to be much more active in that position. And bishop was very well placed on g7. Now that it is on e7, it just feels like this king is easily exposed to attacks, and with the bishop on g7, it would be able to defend much better. But now with the bishop on e7, things are looking quite weak here. That pawn on f7 is easily exposed, and even sometimes with your bishop on g7, even if you lose the pawn on f7, let's say, you always have a way to hide. But now with the bishop on e7, it's quite vulnerable there as well. So with enough time on the clock, the players have Alexandra has 13 minutes on the clock, Andrea has 10 minutes left, and they are on move 25 right now. So they are not in big time trouble just yet. I wouldn't say this is problematic, but in the next few moves, they may be spending quite some time. And as Alexandra is in a much better position, this is looking really good for her.
In the meantime, I still do think Dina is experiencing some issues against Nemo, although I really like Dina's previous move, bishop to c1. It looks super depressing, moving the bishop back to its starting position. But sometimes you got to do what you got to do. Nemo was putting in some good pressure with both her rooks against the e3 pawn, and the bishop just it gets the job done, keeping that pawn protected. And we're still in those scenarios where if you make a rash decision to capture the white pawn on f3, Dina will recapture with her pawn, and suddenly Dina is controlling everything in the center, and she will also
Mhm.
continue further up the board with her central pawns. So Nemo kind of the fight now very much revolves around the e4 pawn, and frankly, I'm not sure Nemo's going to be able to keep the tension here. Like, imagine she goes knight to b6, seems very logical, going for the d5 square. I think Dina maybe can go with this rook to f1 that I talked about earlier. And once again, if pawn takes now after the rook went off the e file, I still like the idea of sacrificing the rook here. And then if the rook is captured, the queen recaptures. And there's nothing black can do to prevent us from going pawn to e4 next. And once this pawn gets moving, like this is so powerful. You can see the eval bar, just me making a random move on the side of the board. The pawn gets going, both bishops pointing in the direction of the king, the queen and rook also pointing up towards the black king. This looks incredible to me. Um, and I also want to mention that the reason I don't want to capture with a pawn in this occasion is that if the pawn recaptures, I'm not too fond of rook takes e3. That black does a counter sacrifice with that rook for bishop. We've seen many variations where Dina wants to do the rook for bishop sacrifice, but here Nemo might be able to do the same thing because then she gets her rook into the white position. She's going to get the knight as well, and everything's kind of pointing towards the white pawns. And the key here is always making sure that white is unable to have this big pawn center and advance those pawns through the middle.
Yeah, it's quite an unusual pawn structure. Black has this pawn majority on the queen side, but you can't really make much progress here just yet because I really want to play a5 and b4 to try to create a passed pawn, but the c pawn doesn't really feel like it's going to achieve much here. With the rook on the second rank covering everything, the bishop is also covering the entire diagonal, so getting to c2 is already quite a pain. But if we cannot make use of the advantage on the queen side, then where do we exactly play here? So I guess this idea with rook takes e3 is really interesting, but the question is, will Dina allow this?
Yeah, I think Dina will take with the rook in such a circumstance. And that's a super cool play. Um, but maybe she's not gonna get the chance immediately because queen to a5, that's targeting the pawn on c3 and the pawn on a3, and then we have the rooks targeting on e3. Dina is having some issues about keeping all of this defended.
Yeah, all of these pawns look so weak, but I guess for now the bishop is trying its best to cover at least two pawns. But now the pawn on c3 is an issue, and we'll have to see how to defend this. One move that comes to mind is simply playing queen c2 to step on in this diagonal and try to see if we can get rid of that knight to land on h7 in case the diagonal opens.
We got to go over to the Botezes because I just realized Alexandra is about to trap the queen.
Right. Yeah, where does this queen actually go to? I mean, queen f5, bishop d3,
Queen f5. I was going to say knight to
knight d4 even,
d4. Like, where does the queen go? The queen can go into the
e5.
middle, but then bishop f3, and things are looking rough. In fact, in order to save her queen, I'm starting to think Andrea needs to go knight to e4.
That's quite a move that you don't see every day.
In order to save her queen, she needs to get this attacking knight of Alexandra removed. And she does find knight to e4. Both girls are
Wow.
playing really well in this phase. But now with time trouble looming, how long can they keep this up? Andrea goes for the counterattack against the white queen instead of defending her own.
This is super impressive by Andrea. I mean, it's really difficult to put your queen in such a situation. I wonder if she noticed before taking on e5 with the queen that her queen would be facing some issues here. But she plays knight e4 and she seems confident. I mean, she may not have a good position here, but she is trying her best to survive here.
Alexandra pretty quickly captures the knight in the center. Andrea recaptures. Knight to d4, though, is coming. That's the big problem for Andrea right now. The way Alexandra managed to clear out the black central pawn in order to get the knight to the d4 square. It's a very, very powerful placement.
Yeah, and this queen is still in trouble, right? Because bishop f3 could be played. Well, you have to defend the bishop on f4 first, but there's also bishop d3, and this queen doesn't really have many squares left. So you also need to take care of your queen on
Well,
e4.
well, first of all, I'm threatening to capture your bishop, though. Like,
Yeah,
are you really gonna let me just take that bishop?
I know you have a big passion for the pair of bishops, Hammer, but I guess I would say there's even bigger issues than the pair of bishops being lost.
Well, if I can move it into some kind of an end game. Because keep in mind, we're going towards the end game, and having these two rooks on the D file pointing down towards Black's rook, like Black's pieces are about to get into a bit of a jam.
Well, I would be concerned if it's black going into an endgame without the queen after bishop d3, so I'm not sure if that queen will survive.
Well, let me put it like this. If I manage to take the bishop, there's a real lack of pieces defending the knight on d7.
Yeah, that's true. I think both ideas go hand in hand. This queen on e4 is very, yeah, struggling to survive there. The bishop on c6 is trying to hold down the fort, but if you lose that bishop, then the position is just falling apart. And knight e4 has actually been played.
Actually, something else I just realized, Anamaya. I'm not sure Alexandra should be allowed to play the move a3.
Ooh.
If Alexandra gets to play a3, these two pawns will never be able to move forward again. And considering the amount of pressure White has against the back one of those two pawns, I think that's an issue. I think maybe Andrea should go a3.
I guess then this pawn on a3 also becomes a permanent weakness. I mean, if I just play b3 and
Actually,
say,
b4 might be good because
oh
b4
yeah,
you take control of the c5 square, and then you
hmm
can try getting your bishop pointing up here. My idea was that this rook would have some counterplay against the c3 pawn, but yeah, no, I'm realizing this b4 move is huge because you really want to be able to point your bishop in towards the white king and queen, which is what Andrea did.
wow, she plays bishop c5. She knows that that knight is super annoying and she pins it. And what can Alexandra do next? Because now the queen also has some squares available. The queen can retreat if necessary. And it seems like Andrea is back in the game.
Well, was she ever out of the game?
Well, it seems like it seemed like it was quite problematic with the queen in the
But she found
center.
all the right moves.
She did. She did. It feels like Alexandra could have tried something better, but I'm not sure what
When?
exactly.
Like, I was super happy with this f4 move. I'm very happy with the knight coming into the center. I feel like both girls are just playing very, very well right now.
Yeah, it just feels like it
Alexandra
felt like
needs to get her
Alexandra.
king out of this diagonal, though.
Mm, it just felt like Alexandra had a much better position than this
But
a few moves
in my
back.
opinion, she still does.
I'm just
Like,
waiting to
how
see
is
how to
White not much
continue
better
here.
here? No, but seriously,
I'm just
this one's in
curious
trouble.
how to
This one's in
proceed now.
trouble.
Still pinned.
There's some weaknesses. The bishop could maybe attack here. The rooks are incredibly good. Sure, it's pinned, but I'm gonna play queen g3 next.
Okay. I have some time
You
to
have
maneuver my
one
pieces
move.
around.
One move before
Uh,
I start making threats again.
I'll start with knight f8. Or maybe, okay, no, you don't have
Okay,
bishop
go
f3.
ahead.
Okay.
Okay, I changed my mind about where I'm putting my queen. Because I
That's a good
realized I
start.
probably need my queen to protect this bishop. If I go queen to g3, you can just capture in the center. Because then I cannot recapture with the rook because I'm losing the bishop. I don't like that. So I'm going to go queen f1.
That's so passive, Hammer. You're really sure that white is better after that?
Yeah. Oh,
Okay.
okay. Well, maybe you can go b4 now. That's my only concern.
Yeah, I just see potential in black's position. I don't feel like it's I don't feel like white's position is that good anymore. You have to make such retreating moves, and meanwhile black is so active. Surely there must be something in black's position.
Yeah, maybe you have knight e3, e6. Knight e6 takes, and suddenly you're threatening here and here. These bishops pointing down on the king is kind of intimidating.
Yeah. I'm finally speaking your language.
Well, I don't know. I still maintain this must be good for white.
No, of course. I mean, I would pick white here, but I
I
do
still
see
kind of want to
chances
go
for
this
black.
a3 move because a3 I'm preventing b4 and I'm solidifying this pawn to being doomed long term. Okay, Alexandra goes bishop g5,
Okay.
attacking the rook. Because the rook is just going to move though. Ah, but now there's no queen takes bishop. So if the rook moves, there's bishop f3. Ah, but I'm not technically attacking this one because the knight is pinned. This
That's
is super
crazy
complicated.
though.
8 minutes
That's
versus 5.
crazy. Yeah, the players are move 29, so they still have to make quite a few moves until move 40. So let's see how they are going to play in time trouble. This is getting crazy. So many tactics in the position, and the fact that this position is not completely winning for white right now is crazy because it feels like bishop f3 is just game over. But since the knight is pinned, not easy to play here with white.
Yeah, I would have preferred trying to get these pieces away from that diagonal so that I can
Yeah,
move the knight again.
no, for sure. But I like what the Alexandra is trying to do here, bishop g5. Just trying to get rid of that rook from the d file because as soon as the rook
But
leaves the d
it's
file,
making Andrea's move easy though. Like rook to
that's true.
e8 is the easiest move ever. Andrea should just
Just
make it.
move.
Yeah. Because here the time is going to be so valuable. And when you feel like you can just get away from a bishop attacking your rook and put the rook on an open file.
Maybe she's afraid of bishop f3 because it's not easy to understand that the bishop on c6 is not hanging.
Actually, there might be more to it. Rook e8, bishop here, queen back. The problem might not be The problem might be that after takes, it looks as though rook to e2 is catching the queen and rook on the same diagonal file.
Mm-hmm.
And then you have to make the realization that rook to e2 doesn't really work because then bishop takes knight, attacks the queen. And if recapture, then the rook is no longer defended. She did go for rook e8.
Okay. So she made the decision to go rook e8. I'm curious if these moves will actually play out because they make so much sense and there's so many tactics in this position. And to figure all of this out with such little time, that's going to be tricky.
I feel like Andrea has played this so well that she's still alive, given the tests she was given from
Mm-hmm.
Alexandra in particular, with how Alexandra very neatly managed to get her knight into the center. She's done well to be alive right now.
If I was playing white and I would not win this game from here, I would be very upset because it just feels like there must be something. There's no way that black is holding on here.
Bishop to d3 played. Computer says advantage black now.
Wow. You can't make this up.
Queen to d5 is attacking both the bishop and the pawn on a2.
Wow.
Although I'm not sure you should capture the pawn. Because if queen takes pawn, then you have pawn to b4, attacking the bishop and attacking the queen.
Maybe you prepare it with b4 yourself instead of taking the pawn.
Actually, maybe this might be not be so bad because you can capture here.
Hmm. But would you really give up the pair of bishops?
No, I'm not a big fan. Ooh, but Andrea has given up the bishops without reason to do so. At least after this b4, the bishop was under attack. But instead, Andrea has captured on d4 without the bishop even being under attack.
Oh
Uh,
no.
Recapture from Alexandra, easy move, because if queen were to take, well, actually, queen takes was also viable, but pawn takes has been played. And now queen to d5 attacks the bishop and attacks the pawn. And now actually you can take the pawn without being concerned about any sort of discovered attacks afterwards.
Yeah, it's
In the
not easy
meantime,
to see what white can exactly do
yeah,
here.
the action is so I'm just gonna jump over to the other board because there Dina has played pawn to f4 and
Hmm.
she has stopped the tension between the pawns in the center. I think this is a massive positional mistake. And now there's no more hope of trying to open up the center, getting those pawns forward, even if it would cost white a rook. Uh, and um, and I think this is highly problematic for Dina now. If Nemo were able to go knight d5, and then if for some reason Dina didn't go pawn to f5 here, like knight d5 followed by f5, and white would be completely shut out of play. So the only thing Dina's relying on now is her ability to go pawn f5 next move. But that might. Okay, she is going to be able to go pawn f5 next. So, but here Nemo goes pawn rook e7 now, and then after pawn f5, pawn g5, and then strategically this is probably
Wow.
almost winning for black. Something like this you could try to do. Basically, black just wants to shut everything down as much as possible because the white bishops are completely out of play.
Nemo plays the move knight to d5 instead,
Yeah. And
which
now
is
Dina has to go
interesting.
f5. If
Yeah,
if
it
Dina
enables the
tries to
move.
defend this pawn, then black will play f5 and any white counterplay has been eliminated. So Dina goes f5 pretty quickly.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. It's the only thing that she can rely on here. But it's still a really tough position for white. I mean, it just feels like the pieces are not really able to do much. They are so cramped up here.
Yeah, but it makes a big difference that you've been able to play this f5 move because now Nemo has to back up and then you can do something like yeah, you want to go h4 ASAP to try and trade and go h5, but you have to defend here first. So maybe bishop to b2, and then h4 afterwards. I
Yeah,
don't know if
I
black can
was
go g5 here. It feels worse now that you don't have the blockading knight on f6.
mm. I was wondering if Nemo had the opportunity to play knight g4 instead of knight d5, because since we want to stop f5 from happening, why not start with knight to g4 and then we get to play f5 on the next turn?
Yeah, the problem is f5.
It
It's
still
kind of,
happens.
yeah, because it's an attack on the rook.
Oh yeah,
This
and
is
then
actually, it looks kind of good for white because then you can go rook
right,
f4 afterwards.
right, and the knight is hanging at the end if we capture the rook as well. That's tough.
Alexandra plays h4, keeping the bishop protected. I guess Andrea's going to take the pawn. I don't see why else she would make the trade with the bishop for the knight. She wanted to make this double attack, and she's going to have to take the pawn to justify it. Ooh. Queen takes pawn, pawn d5. Ooh.
Ah, okay, now we're cooking here. Now we're cooking something up.
Yeah, no, taking the pawn is actually a big mistake for Andrea. Pawn to d5 is brilliant. The idea is that right now, this white pawn is being blocked, or rather, it's blocking the white rooks. So the white rooks are pretty useless as long as that pawn is on the board. But the pawn can advance through the center. Andrea has
He
captured
did
the
it!
pawn on a2. And Alexandra has 4 minutes and 30 seconds to figure out this second pawn sacrifice, pawn to d5. It prevents the queen from getting back into defense because then the queen would expose itself to the attack from the white rook and allow bishop takes on g6. Although, as I'm saying that, oh, and
She played it!
Alexandra finds it. She
She
finds
plays
it.
it! Oh my goodness.
Great play from Alexandra. That is a killer move. That is so good.
And she played it so quickly. What a confidence she is showing here.
Yeah, she saw that. When she played the move h4, she had already seen
And she's like,
the
take my pawn,
d5 move.
Andrea. Take my pawn. The pawn a2 does not matter here anymore.
Andrea literally just made her first mistake of the game, and it's going to lose her. It's going to cost her the game. But I'm super impressed by both of them. I think this has been a great game. The opening was a disaster for Alexandra, but after that, she's played it very, very nicely.
Both of them just played amazing chess today. The amount of tricks that they saw, the ideas that they tried to make happen, and all of it worked out in the end for Alexandra, who indeed did not have a great start, but she managed to work her way out of it and activate her pieces, and all of a sudden she's now in a completely winning position.
What I feel bad about is that Andrea has lost 3 games in a row. This is going to be her 4th straight loss, and she's not going to
Oh,
believe us when we say she played a good game because she's going to think
yeah.
I lost yet again. But I swear, I mean, I am a speaker of truth. I think you know that about me.
Yeah, I learned that much
And
today, Hammer.
I really think this was pretty good game. Well, no, it was. I mean, she got into some trouble, but that's also because I think Alexandra just played amazingly.
Yeah, this is impressive chess. She was not in a great position early on. She had to find her way out of that situation, and she just found such nice ideas. And yeah, both of them were
The
tactically
fact that
very sharp.
Andrea survived that whole kind of first onslaught
Uh-huh.
between the pawns in the center, that was really well done by her.
No, absolutely. As I mentioned earlier, it feels like something's wrong with Black's position, but it just doesn't work out for White tactically. And only after Queen takes a2, she is completely lost. So hats off to her for surviving this long in such a difficult position.
But now it's over.
Yeah.
There's no saving this for Andrea. Her problem is she cannot take this pawn because it opens up the energy of the rooks. So she has to move her bishop back. And that wouldn't be the end of the world if not for the fact that bishop takes on b5 both wins a pawn for white, or rather wins back the pawn, but also sees the bishop pointing in towards the knight and the rook. And your queen is too far away to contribute in defense to fix things. So Andrea tries to go for this line with the queen takes on g2 to complicate matters, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Bishop takes g6, opening up the attack against the queen. Queen takes to in order to get the queen trade, and then we end up in a position where there's lots of stuff under attack. Black's idea is that if you take my bishop, I take your bishop. But the problem is, after bishop, you take one bishop, you also have a knight that's undefended with the white rook coming in to capture that one.
Yeah, that's too
And
much.
that's going to decide it.
Yeah, bishop takes g6 is on the board, played by Alexandra, and now she's completely winning. This is not defendable by Andrea anymore.
And this is really good for Alexandra. Alexandra had a winning position yesterday against Nemo. She had an amazing opening against Jennifer and just made a one move blunder there. So Alexandra, I think, has been playing very well and not really being rewarded for her efforts. But this win really shows that she's got the level right now. And it's going to be really interesting seeing Alexandra against Dina, because the way Alexandra is playing right now, I think she can take Dina down.
No, I think so too. I mean, when Alexandra plays well, I mean, both Alexandra and Andrea, I feel like when they really put their A game on, they can play really well. And I feel like because of that, they can be underrated. But because of the tendencies to make mistakes here and there, what we all chess players suffer from is why they don't win all their games, which, I mean, is normal, of course. But I feel like their strength is much stronger than their actual rating.
Well, I mean, I think like you say, right? When they're at their best, they're so strong, but
Hmm.
at the same time, they're a bit of a moody players, right? When things are going well, it's going very well, and when things are going poorly, it's going very poorly. And
Hmm.
so the average is a rating of the poor performances together with the good performances.
Yeah, it really shows. Yeah.
Bishop back, good move from Alexandra, attacks the queen. The queen has to move, but then the knight behind is undefended. The queen moves up into the attack, but that doesn't really threaten anything. Alexandra needs to be scared of. Bishop takes knight is coming in.
Yeah, the king is completely exposed of black. It's really hard to defend the knight on d7, and soon this game should be over.
Bishop takes knight. That's an extra bishop for Alexandra right now. Andrea, less than a minute remaining, and unfortunately, there's no saving this.
Yeah, resignation is expected soon. She did take on d7, allowing rook takes d7. Now the rook is also on the 7th rank, and maybe she'll make a few more moves to reach the 14th move and then resign. But yeah, this is over.
The
It's actually
turning
good
point was
to,
the
yeah.
removal of the Hikaru cosplays. Is
Yeah, I
ouch.
was gonna say. It sounds like it.
It's kind of true, but what does that entail?
And what does that mean, huh? Hmm. Maybe Alex has more to say about that.
Let me say this. There's one more trick for Andrea that I just discovered.
Oh.
If Andrea now goes rook to c2, Alexandra can try queen f6, to just say I'm gonna checkmate you with my queen so close to your king. What here about rook takes on g2?
That just looks completely insane to
Oh
me.
no, that's silly. No, for some reason I thought this was going to
King
be
F1.
checkmate, but you can just counterattack the rook. Never mind. I'm hallucinating.
I like your
Somehow I thought this was going
ambitiousness.
to be checkmate. It wasn't even close.
It's okay. It's not a bad thing to give people some hope, but it seems like after Rook C2 it's completely over no matter what.
Yeah, that was not my greatest moment.
It's okay.
On a
Tactics
Maya
are just
versus
tough.
Hammer, let's go. Let's not talk about the score we have,
Oh, I do want to
please.
talk about the score hammer. I'm very proud of my score.
100%.
Yeah, and it was one of the very few days I was suffering from COVID. I don't know if you were aware of this.
I was not, no.
So I guess this is a way to rub it in.
I got checkmated in the middle of the board. I think it was a title Tuesday or
I think
something.
Arena Kings.
Arena Kings.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's 1-0 in Anamaya's favor, unfortunately.
Yeah, and we're not playing a second game.
Yeah, I haven't been any of those, huh? No, I don't blame you. When I beat Magnus, I swore I would never play him again.
Did it happen still? It did happen.
Yeah, it happened. Yeah, unfortunately.
Didn't you have this really nice win against Magnus? Wasn't that this en passant checkmate?
I've had many nice
Oh,
wins
many,
versus
many niceness.
Magnus,
Oh,
but
okay. I thought this one was
the
like
en
standing out
passant
there.
checkmate probably tops the list, I would say. Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just to make you feel a little better.
Did Alexandra just blunder everything? No. Okay.
Okay, that's
Honestly,
too
this
much.
is no, because there's some scary stuff here to avoid. But the thing is, the rook comes in, and then the queen comes in, and that's gonna do it.
I guess if Black had one extra piece, then maybe there would be chances for a checkmate, but
I That's
not
often
enough.
how it works. Yeah,
Oh,
play bug house here and just put the knight on g4
it's great. Yes.
with an extra piece. You can often give checkmate.
Yeah. Almost reaching the 14th move now, so I think this game will end very soon.
And with the end of this game, we're also gonna get the answer everyone's looking for. What was Andrea trying to cosplay?
Yeah, I'm also very curious because I have no idea.
Anna Kemling? I mean, that would be my pick, but if you're gonna cosplay a chess player, yeah, I shouldn't say that again.
Yeah, Sabrina Carpenter comes close, but maybe this was the only wig she had with her, the only cosplay she had with her, and the idea of doing this came a bit later, after packing. Queen G3 on the board. Threatening many ways to, well, not really checkmate because there's also Queen G6, but white is just a piece up, so should be over soon.
The girl from Queen's Gambit is always wearing the headband. Was she? Is this the right moment to reveal? I never actually finished that show.
Really?
Yeah, it's not my greatest. I watched so many TV
How?
shows and somehow I didn't finish watching that one. My
How is this
problem,
possible?
well, here's the thing. After I watched the first 7 or 8 episodes, I discovered that the streaming service that had because I don't buy the streaming services very often. And after 7 or 8 episodes, I realized that I guess it was Netflix, they also had the full all seasons of the Blacklist. And
Oh
I
no.
got distracted.
You got distracted? You dropped the Queen's Gambit for this?
Yeah, and then I didn't return to it. I'm not sure why.
Doesn't sound like a chess player to me.
Yeah, but I that also means I mostly watched like the early stuff, and I don't remember the headband being the thing.
I guess it was in some scenes, but maybe you
It
haven't
was
seen
only
those
seven
scenes.
episodes. Oh, really? Maybe I stopped on the sixth then. Really? It was only 7 episodes? Imagine what an impact that show had for chess, and it was only 7 episodes. It's incredible.
And you didn't even finish it.
Wow. Imagine thinking I watched The Blacklist for Megan Boone. The Blacklist has the what's his name? What a performance. Reddington, what a performance. I'm telling you. Such a cool character.
Game is still ongoing. I'm kind of
Yeah.
surprised, but
They made
it,
it to move 40. At this point, Andrea just has to let go of some negative energy and take a breather before resigning.
yeah, I guess sometimes it's just hard to accept that you have to resign. I've been in those situations where I don't want to resign, but I don't really have a choice. Sometimes the best move.
Hammer, can Andrea still win? We're getting into the if your opponent has a heart attack area, which is not the greatest.
Yeah.
There has been quite a few games won that way, though. It's not outside the realm of possibility. But I'm guessing a healthy 28-year-old is not the prime candidate for, I mean, 24-year-old. My bad.
Yeah, this conversation took a turn.
Nah, but I don't know. Maybe I'm a bit complacent, but I've gotten used to just being able to ramble and people just don't care. But there is a limit, and I'm sure I'm gonna reach it at some point. It's a bit scary.
Yeah, I guess you're um playing with fire a little, but it's okay. The chat seems excited.
Playing with fire is a lot of fun, you know.
You like living on the edge? I don't
Not
see it in your chest.
necessarily. Not necessarily, but this is the only place where I get to explore that side of me.
Ah, okay. Okay, I see.
Hammer's such a bad boy. Yeah, that's what everyone said in my middle school. Not they didn't call me chess boy. They called me a bad boy.
Did you bleach your hair one?
I did.
What hair color?
I shared the photo with chat earlier today.
Oh, and I missed
Yeah,
it?
you
What?
missed it
Oh my goodness, I was watching the stream and
because
I
we were
missed it.
talking. We were talking about the wig and stuff, and we were talking about Scandinavians being blonde up until a certain age and whatnot.
Oh.
But for you, I will repost the
Oh.
picture
Yes.
if I can find it a second time.
Did it look good, chat?
I think it looked pretty good.
Oh. Does that mean you want to try it
I
again?
mean,
Or
I never really considered trying it again until I was reminded of the blistering success last time round.
Hammer always looks good? Aw, that's a nice comment. Oh, let's see.
Oh God, I thought that was your reaction to the photo for a second there.
No. No, I didn't expect it to be posted in the chat. Wow. Wait, you look completely different. Wow. I'm shipping this. It looks good.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
oftentimes when people bleach their hair, it looks fake, but this does not look fake at all.
it's weird lighting.
Yeah, it works.
No, it's weird
Wow.
lighting.
No, it
I'm sure it
works.
looked worse in real life. In the meantime, we've had some progress in that the Black King is starting to run out of options here for Andrea. Alexandra is now threatening checkmate in two different ways. And I can't help but think that's going to be the end of it.
Andrea really playing on until checkmate, showing no respect to her sister. She did fight so well today. She really put up a fight, but big sister doing it again.
Wow. Spy Pearl has the right comment to disincentivize another blonde hammer. You look Swedish, they say.
Yeah, I tried dyeing my hair blonde, but my hair is not suited for this bleaching stuff.
In the meantime, we have had a lot of development in Nemo versus Dina. Um, Dina is not hopelessly lost anymore. I don't know if that's right to say, but she has managed to open up for her rooks, which makes me feel like maybe maybe Nemo somehow could have prevented the pawn trades because now these rooks are a bit annoying, pointing down close to the Black King.
Yeah, it's interesting that Nemo went for f takes g6 earlier, because now it feels like white has much more access on the f file, and that's the only file that is opened, and it's controlled by white, so I can see white slowly coming back in the game somehow, but yeah, it's
And
still
we
rough.
have the resignation. Andrea about to be checkmated in one move. She resigns the game. A fourth loss in a row for Andrea. Very, very, very tough start for her. But this one, I feel like she fought really well.
Yeah, I mean,
That's
this
not
is,
really. It's not. It's no comfort, right?
yeah.
Do you have anything people can say to you after you lost a game that will actually make you feel better?
It's actually interesting, right? Because people try to cheer you up, support you, say it's fine. Next round is another chance, but it doesn't help. It doesn't help
No,
at
but
all.
doesn't make it worse.
Um, I guess sometimes people try to give you advice and then you're just not in the mood at all to hear any sort of advice. But yeah,
I
I
think a
guess
lot of things people generally say when you've lost make things worse.
yeah. It's basically when people don't usually understand what you go through after a chess game or during a chess game. And I really think if you ever play classical tournaments and you let's say you lose a game, then you will start to realize, okay, this is how things feel, this is how it works, and that's how you finally understand how chess players actually feel after a game of chess.
For me, I think the thing that's worked the best is hugs and talking about something completely unrelated to chess.
Aw.
But that's the closest thing to anything.
Yeah, I guess that helps. I guess for me, just, you know, hearing sometimes I'm more harsh to myself than, the game actually was. The game itself wasn't that bad, but it feels like I played one of the worst games of my life. But then it turns out it wasn't that bad, and that in a way feels comforting to know that it wasn't that bad and it was actually pretty decent.
Yeah, chocolate also, maybe.
Yeah, some good food, yeah.
Some good food. I don't care about good food, just comfort
Just
food.
chocolate, that's it.
Yeah.
I would be
Life
happy with
isn't
ice
that
cream.
serious. Yeah, you're not a chess player, are you,
Exactly.
Calibers?
That's a big
You
tell.
you don't know.
They
You don't
don't know,
know.
Hammer. They don't know.
The thing is, losing at chess is just it's very connected to your ego, right? Because you have absolutely no one to blame. And it's like it hits different.
Yeah, it's a really a tough one to accept losing a chess game, and especially the classical chess, right? Because you're playing for 4 or 5 hours only to lose a game. So not only did you lose a game, you also lost FIDE rating, you lose your sanity, you lose your momentum, and then the next round you play someone weaker, let's say in an open tournament, and yeah, it spirals down really quickly. You burned the way you were when you lost. And this is another thing. Chess players tend to be very superstitious. So when it comes to
Oh,
clothes,
they are the most logical people ever. What are you talking about?
oh really?
There's obviously chess people. They are masters of logic.
Do you find it logical that chess players wear the same clothes when they win a game, and then they wear the same clothes as the day before because of their win that day?
I want to ask, is that a just the boys or do the girls do that too?
I mean,
Because I
I tend to do
definitely
this.
do that. I definitely do that.
I tend to do this, and there were definitely times that I won a game, and then the next day I wore different clothes and I lost, and I was thinking, why did I change clothes?
What about pens? Because I will never switch pens if I won.
Ah, it doesn't
Okay.
really matter for me.
Okay. Wow.
I don't really like
You're
sweat or
an
anything.
evolved chess player, huh?
Uh-huh. Yeah, do you see now why I want to grind in chess? Pens? I think you meant pens, but TS.
Oh no, I meant pen.
Oh, pen.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, pen I'm definitely keeping the same pen, but these days in some tournaments we're not allowed to have our own pens with us, You know how detrimental that is?
Really? Is that a new thing? I'm starting to realize I'm not kind of in tune with the current chess climate.
I I guess, like tournaments like the Olympiad, European teams, you're not allowed to have your own pen with you anymore.
Okay. Yeah, that seems very important anti-cheating wise.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, Alexandra's in chat. She's saying they're gonna call in and talk to us about this game. It's gonna be interesting to hear their thoughts.
All right, let's hear it.
Let's just agree, chat. Let's not talk about how the opening was a complete failure for Alexandra. We don't need to remind her about that because right now she's so thrilled having won that it's not necessary getting me fired.
I think I'm gonna wish you good luck on that one, Hammer. I don't think she will spare you there.
No, she's going to forget about it. I'm telling you.
I don't
Unless
think she
chat brings it
forgets.
up.
Girls don't forget, Hammer. You should know.
I
We may
think I
forgive, but we
think
don't forget.
I think we're fine. I think she's too happy about the win to remember too much about what happened before.
Well, let's see it. I'm curious. I'm just gonna sit here and enjoy it.
Dina has 18 minutes. Nemo has 25. That means that when we get back from this interview, we're gonna have a very, very exciting wrap up of the round. We're just gonna catch the time scramble here. That could decide everything in this game between Nemo and Dina. It's still very tense.
Yeah, I guess they have still quite a lot of time, but the position is pretty crazy. It's so unnatural from what we're used to. And
The
I think that's
bishops are
why.
not the greatest,
Yeah.
but here's my idea. What about a4?
Yeah. If
Wow.
I can't see them, they can't see me. Come here, Squeak.
Hi,
You
Hammer.
know when like someone's
Hey.
Hello.
their pet
It-
is like laying on their dead body?
Andrea's pretending to go to sleep
I'm
forever.
asleep. I'm not here. Don't talk to me.
All right. How are you, Hammer?
I'm great. Thank you. How are you feeling?
Well, I played E4.
Yeah, let's talk about you winning the game. Congratulations. That was
Uh,
amazing. You
uh,
played so well.
Well, that was a short call.
I tried to distract them, but I feel
I
like
told
her
you you're not going
priorities.
to get out of this.
She
sorry,
really.
sorry, Hammer. Andrea rage quit.
Oh,
I would have rage quit. I would have been here.
No, she didn't. But what were you saying about me playing well?
yeah, no, great play and impressive tactical awareness there in the middle game.
Where did Andrea go wrong, other than taking on A2?
Yeah, honestly, I think she played a pretty good game. I'm not sure that's what she wants to hear though, but I genuinely don't think there was a mistake before Queen takes A2.
See,
I don't think
Andrea.
she believes you.
Yeah, no, I agree. Chess is a result-oriented game, but
No, I mean it sucks, and it's also hard because Andrea played a good game, and it's just been a tough tournament. And I know it reminds me of when I was playing in
I'm
Formentera.
going back to the mountains.
You want to go to the mountains? You wanna go on a little hike? You don't want me to come with you?
Not anymore. Maybe before this morning.
But
You can come.
Squeak's here also. He's been hanging out with us all day. He was chirping during the game.
When I was losing, I hear. I'm like, this is it. This is where I quit. Oh yeah, you like that?
Well, Hammer, I do think the E4 prep was a good. Andrea, what did you prepare for me? I was worried I was gonna
The
play D4,
Samish.
D5. Oh, you're gonna play Samish?
Of course, because that's what you play every time.
Yeah, well, Hammer didn't want to use
Which was, you know what's
Yeah.
you know what's fucked up? You knew I spent all night and all morning learning a new line versus Samish because I shared my coach with her and he gave her my same King's Indian prep. So we have the same line versus Samish. And she saw me staying up late, prepping for this. She saw me in the morning, prepping all morning versus Samish. And that entire time she knows she's not even gonna push D4, she goes E4.
That's not true. So last night I was still Hammer didn't send me prep until this morning. Squeak, chill, buddy. Chill. You'll have your time after. Oh my god. He's such a troll. Okay, so yesterday night I was preparing the 4 pawn attack first, and then that was too stressful. And then I was just gonna play the same-ish. And then this morning, Hammer was like, I don't feel comfortable prepping you against her King's Indian because I know her lines. And then he made me play E4. So that's what happened.
Yeah, I mean the opening I was happy with it too, but yeah.
No, the opening was
So-
great for you, Andrea.
I don't know what to do about the rest of the tournament because even okay, I'm not gonna lie, my prep has failed every single game, but despite that, I've still had very good positions out of the opening, but none of it because I just can't win a game. I had a good stream idea. I was thinking we call ourselves the Chess Bras without the H, but just BRA, and all the ladies, and we go live. And we title the stream playing until Andrea gets a win. And then we stream for, well, initially it was 72 hours, but now it's going to be more than that. And we just pull a subathon. And I thought that would at least be better content than me playing this tournament. What do you think of my ideas?
I think nothing I say is gonna cheer you up. Losing at chess is brutal, and it's like when that happens, I never want to play chess again.
No, I just don't think my brain can play chess anymore. It feels like it's just wired forever the wrong way, and just chess isn't my thing anymore.
Hammer,
No,
this
but
It's
Andrea,
never
you're
been my thing.
Hammer.
I don't even need a picture. I need the truth. I
Andrea,
don't
you're
wanna play
putting
chess
too
anymore.
much emphasis on the prep.
Well, but the prep
And
had
you're
nothing to
spending
do
too
with
much
anything.
time working on your prep because at the end of the day, getting your prep in is always going to be somewhat unlikely. You're playing opponents who's always going to try to surprise you. But the thing is, both in this game and the game against Dina, where you got a bit surprised in the opening, you were better against Alexandra today, and I would say you were better also in the game against Dina.
But I can't win a game.
No, that's fine. But the thing is, you're getting advantages as black, even when you were not ready for those specific lines. And the prep you're doing, you need to have a relationship with it more as I'm not prepping this necessarily for today, but I'm prepping this for the future as well. A lot of the work you put in preparing for a game, like 98% of it is never going to happen, if not more. But part of the reason why it's still worthwhile putting in some effort, to me, it sounds like you've been putting in too much effort. But the reason you put in some effort, like 3 hours maybe, is because you're also going to be able to use that prep further down the line. And I'm assuming that's what happened today, right? Because when you're playing this line, you've had some bad variations against the Alapin previously, but this variation you played today was excellent. And I assume that's something you've been working on in one of your other games. You didn't get to play it in that game, but that means you had an idea or a plan that was not in the database and that now enabled you to get a good position because of the work you put in previously.
I was laughing because while you're giving me that pep talk, the first chat comment I read, Alex pulls up stream is even 0 out of 7 will be fine.
Okay, don't.
Is that what you guys expect of me?
Andrea, you're just being reminded that you're an underdog in this field, other than against.
I don't
two
even want to beat
people.
Linda. I don't even want to win versus Linda. I don't even want to win anymore.
But also, whatever prep you put against the same-ish, like you're gonna have that in the
No,
future.
I wasn't upset about the prep. It's that I like I spent a lot of time prepping, but that's not even the problem. The problem is that my brain is not sharp for chess and I'm rusty. And no matter if I have a good position, under pressure, I'll always throw and I'll always blunder because I'm
You're
a
not-
low rated.
you
And
can't
that's
say
just how
always.
chess
You can't
is.
say always. You shouldn't use things like that.
Well, it's happened 4 times in a row. So, but it's okay. I'm gonna just go back to the mountains.
Well, I'm not sure about the other games, Andrea, but in this game, Alexandra played extraordinarily well, and she put amazing pressure on you, especially with this whole F4 getting the knight to D4. And somehow I kind of thought when Alexandra gets her knight to D4, your position is just going to collapse. But the way you played, like computer felt like you were completely fine there because you found some really good defensive moves. And
What
and
were the
that was
accuracy?
not a given.
Yeah, I thought you played really well too.
It's
And
just
I
that
thought you were handling the pressure very
the
well.
game was good, and I thought Alex could have played a little better earlier and went like bishop F3 instead of F3, and then like I got lucky when she went bishop E3 because there was much more scary lines, and then I blended. It's just that I'm tired of blundering, and I can't.
You also
stop.
need to one more thing, Andrea, that was very good. You were ahead of time on time
Yeah.
against Alexandra.
But I was spending. Oh, I didn't tell chat. It was the first time in my life that I had a time advantage, not only just on the board, but versus my sister. And I spent that entire time losing focus, debating internally whether I should go put on a mousy costume or not. And then when I saw Alex and the Hikaru, then I just couldn't stop thinking. And I was like, Andrea, you're up on time. You have extra 15 minutes. Capitalize. Use them to win. But instead, I lost all my extra time because I just kept thinking about what was in the costume box.
Yeah, but I lost time there too.
No, I know. I felt better when I saw you in the Hikaru costume. It's just the first time. But anyways, guys, I appreciate the pep talk. And
Andrea,
Can we
rejected.
ask who you were?
I was Anna Kramling.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's what we thought.
Did you know who I was?
Well, we thought you were Hikaru.
Yeah, okay.
That one was more obvious.
That was quite
Yeah.
obvious. Did
Andrea,
I look
you
good
notice
as a
I
blonde?
swapped my wig? First it was a dark brown wig, then I found a
No,
black
I didn't
one.
notice. I noticed. Oh yeah.
Anyway, Andrea, at least we have a rest day.
Yes, I will rest forever.
Look, you can recover still.
No, it's fine. I don't even want to pep. I don't want pep talks anymore.
Okay.
I don't
alright.
want. I
Okay.
don't want to hear it.
Okay. Well, yeah, let's just not think about chess today then.
Well, chat. Thanks, everybody. I'm ready to go 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 out of 7. Let's go.
Stop it. Stop it.
Gonna beat the record at
Stop
this
it.
point. At least it's a record, you know?
That's not true. You can still you can come back.
Yeah, against who? Jennifer against Nemo? Oh yeah.
Well,
The only
you and
person I can beat
Linda-
is Linda, bro. The only person I
Nemo's
can
not
beat is
been
the other
super
person.
impressive.
Well,
Nemo
don't
was
under-
lost against both Alexandra and against Jennifer.
I think you have a good shot against Linda, and I think Linda is gonna try to beat you too because you're her best shot other than Jules.
Pathetic. It's absolutely pathetic.
Hey.
It's not your fault.
All right.
All
Well,
right.
Amber, I don't think there's any salvaging this. So yeah, we'll go no more stream, I guess. Yeah, okay. Well, thank you guys. Chess is hard. I have nothing to say. Like, I know it feels like shit, but chat, we appreciate you guys hanging out. And we will see you maybe tomorrow if we stream anything, if not the day after. Okay. Bye, guys.
Bye.
Bye.
chat.
Bye.
guys.
Take care.
Okay, that was Andrea and that was Alexandra. Andrea obviously very, very unhappy about the result, and understandably so.
It's a tough tournament, and there are some really strong players in this, very experienced ones, and yeah, it's not easy. The format is not easy, and it's very likely to happen that some of the players will just not score many points because some of the girls are just so strong here.
And while we're checking on, I'm gonna get up the Jules versus Linda game, and maybe you can take us through what has happened in the meantime between Dina and Nemo.
Yeah, let me take a look what happened because we the last time we checked this game was about here, I guess. Queen c7 was played. And Dina went indeed for your idea, Hammer. So a4 was played, b takes a4. So Dina is clearing up some space for the bishop to go to a3. She's trying to improve the position of her bishops because those pieces were pretty bad on the first rank. They don't really have much space, and this bishop is trying to get rid of the pawn on e4. But as you can already see, the knight and two rooks are covering that pawn on e4. So there's not much for that bishop to do here. And those three pawns on the fourth rank are just really annoying to deal with now. But one bishop is out to a3, rook e6 was played, and perhaps now Dina has the chance to fight back here. As yeah, it's hard to see where Nemo's play is really. She's trying to get her rook probably to the b file, which is the only other open file except the f file. But it doesn't really seem like it's easy to infiltrate into White's position. White can easily play bishop c2, try to recapture that pawn, and in the meantime, that knight on e2 can move to f4 and try to activate over there. So I'm seeing lots of ideas for Dina here. The players are on move 30, so 10 more moves to make until move 40. They have quite some time left on the clock, but this position can easily the players can easily end up in time trouble if they start to spend some time on their next moves.
In the meantime, I've caught up with the current situation between Linda and Jules. And Linda, with the white pieces, is in massive, massive trouble. Jules has managed to infiltrate with her queen along the right side of the board. Not only did she capture a white pawn, she also has some pressure against the pawn on b4 as well. And as a matter of fact, the computer believes black to be completely winning in the current situation, suggesting moves such as bishop takes bishop, bishop takes knight, or pawn to a5. And of these, I think I like bishop takes knight the best, because then if the white knight recaptures, we can then trade the bishops, and we can end up in a situation where the queen is attacking the knight, the pawn, and the bishop all at the same time. And white just can't keep all of this defended. Instead, Jules went with knight takes bishop, wanting to take out the defender of the b4 pawn. But to be fair, that bishop wasn't the greatest piece. It was defending some white pawns, but it was kind of also being blocked by those same pawns. So the trade in itself, I think, could be favorable for Linda, but it also depends on what Jules's planned follow-up is going to be.
It's crazy to me that the computer is so happy about black's position because white is only down one pawn. Okay, these pawns on the fourth rank are pretty vulnerable, but I feel like white's pieces are really strong in the center, so it feels pretty difficult to break through. But I guess you can easily create a pass pawn if you want to with a5 if you don't have any options to attack that pawn and win it.
I feel like there was a big missed opportunity here for Jules, because if she had traded, even trading off the bishops just immediately, it seems to me the attack against the knight, and with the knight not being able to move away without the bishop landing in trouble, like these kind of things were were a lot more threatening for white than trading off a bishop that wasn't really that great to begin with. And now after knight to e4, suddenly Linda is clawing her way back into the game. The move queen to c1 would be able to get the trade between the queens, because obviously Jules is thinking she wants to capture the pawn on b4 if the queen chooses not to defend that one. But here, capturing the pawn will end you in trouble, because the queen not only tried to get a trade, it also started pointing down towards the bishop on c7. So here, a trade between the bishops will enable the queen to then capture on c7, and suddenly it would be white who's winning in that case.
Yeah, not so easy for black to play here. Despite being up a pawn, black needs to stay careful, but Jules did play the move knight to e4, giving Linda the opportunity to play queen c1 and trade queens.
In the meantime, on Dina and Nemo's board, Nemo has returned with her queen to the a5 square, targeting the pawn on c3. But in doing so, she is ignoring the fact that her rook is under attack, which I must say, that is a controversial decision right there.
Yeah, she's starting to take the pawn on c3, so I guess she's hoping to have some advancement on the queen side with those pawns. But since they are not connected anymore, previously this pawn was on b5, before it made more sense to do something like this, but now that the pawns are disconnected, this pawn on c4 is not going to achieve that much. Perhaps she's hoping to have better chances in an endgame after queen takes c3.
And you're just completely fine with this rook being captured?
Well, I'm not fine with it, but I'm trying to make sense of what Nemo is trying to do.
So what was it she was so afraid of that led her to this kind of desperate move? What would have happened if takes and takes? I guess she's concerned about Dina being able to push her pawn forward in the center of the board. Also, because pushing the pawn forward would enable the queen to get in and start pointing down towards the king and the knight. But
maybe simply queen f2, because there's so much pressure on the f file, so attacking the knight and then rook f7.
Well, either way, I'm going to go knight d5. Because I'm going to block you from pushing forward, and I'm going to attack your rook. The only thing I'm scared about here is rook to f7. Because I'm scared that somehow white with the queen is going to be able to attack on multiple flanks quite quickly from one side to the other. But I think, like, for Nemo, having a pawn and two rooks and trade for a queen, surely that's a decent deal.
Yeah,
surely that's better than what she's about to do, which is giving up her rook.
Yeah. Yeah, she seems quite confident in her chances for some reason. Yeah, hard to justify queen a5, because maybe she's trying to prove that the knight blockade is strong enough and those bishops are just terrible pieces.
I mean, and that might be true. Although now that I'm thinking about it, after knight takes rook, I thought her idea was to recapture with the bishop. But if bishop takes, then bishop to d6. And this bishop is finding its way to point in towards the black king.
Yeah, it doesn't look like fun.
So she probably needs to recapture with the rook in order to control that d6 square, and thereby preventing white's bishop from going from being the most awful piece we've ever seen, with pawns blocking it at every intersection, to suddenly being the great piece to take down the king. And Dina chooses not to take the rook.
Wow. She does not care about the rook. She just captures the knight on d5.
And that
That's
was the computer's
impressive.
top choice.
Wow.
That's the most sensational thing about it. That just didn't alter the computer's evaluation. Computer thought that was the best move.
I'm
This is
curious what Dina has in mind.
incredibly fancy play.
Okay, Dina. Okay. Queen takes d5 on the board. I wonder what she has in mind now, because the knight on f6 is defended. You cannot really access it right now. We wish we could put a bishop on e5 in e5 soon, but
I mean,
maybe
I was
attacking a pawn
thinking
here.
maybe queen b2, trying to get down the b file. But if you go queen b2, there's rook b6.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not getting anywhere with that queen. Dina goes queen e1. What? I am so confused right now. That was a free rook. I guess she's just very happy not having to deal with the threats against her own position. And she feels like she can build up her threats in time.
Yeah, I guess
That
rook
is
f4, queen h4.
incredible decision from Dina.
Maybe you have to look out for g5, but other than that, or maybe just putting the queen on f2, that works too. That knight is very vulnerable there.
In the meantime, Linda has almost equalized against Jules.
Wow.
Jules had such a dominating position, but she made a couple of ill-advised trades, trading off some of the worst pieces in White's camp. And now the problem is, even though Jules has an extra pawn, her ability to use that pawn to get a new queen is very limited by this incredible guy on b5. Because anytime the black pawn tries to chase up over to the other side and become a new queen, Linda is going to have the en passant move, saying that you can't get past my pawn without giving me an option to make the capture. And because of en passant, this is now, I mean, I would say I genuinely feel like, Anamaya, that I think Jules should be careful here. Because
Yeah, I think so too.
like white is the one with the control of the open file. The black king is not getting into the center very easily. And like trading bishop for knight would be a disaster, because then you open up a new square that the white knight can use.
Yeah, Linda playing some really good moves here. And this is what I was talking about, right? I mean, really difficult with black to prove that that extra pawn is actually winning. It didn't seem as winning to me as the computer was saying, but I guess it really came down to those concrete moves, that line you were saying earlier, where there were some tactics appearing. But now that Jules traded off the wrong pieces, the knights here in the center of white are super solid, and it's really hard to break through there. And now with the rook on the only open file on the board, I'm not sure if this extra pawn is going to help. If anything, it may actually be much worse here for Jules.
And part of the
Practically.
problem is that the black bishop isn't really ever able to do anything. Like in a dream world, maybe you can move this bishop up here. But if white gets a couple of moves to improve their king positioning, the best thing this bishop can ever hope for is just trading for the knight. But the problem is, if you trade for the knight, then suddenly white has a pawn that can push forward trying to become a new queen, as well as the knight having an amazing outpost on this d4 square.
Yeah, and Jules now has played the move h6, which makes some sense, but it feels like it's just weakening things more and just too slow.
Yeah, I don't know. I kind of like it. Um, yeah, I kind of like it. I think pawn to g5 is a good plan for her. But I also think Linda's right about what she's doing. Linda's just gonna have these pawns defend each other up the board. And now after Jules goes g5, I think Linda can maybe just go try and centralize her king. I think it would be a bad mistake by Linda to trade these pawns because
Mhm.
that would lose a lot of the foundation for the knight to be so well placed in the center of the board.
Yeah, that knight is difficult to touch, but if you capture on g5, then yeah, you can suddenly play the move g4, get one knight away from there. And yeah, I would not be so happy with my position if I was white. So you really want to keep that pawn structure alive. Do not release the tension and just try to play on the c file because yeah, I guess you want to play the move rook c6, but the bishop is defended, so you need some creativity to make things work with white, but it's really hard to see how black can make any progress. So g5 would be a nice attempt, but as long as Linda doesn't do anything about it, it should be fine.
But yeah, Linda only has 2 minutes, 50 seconds remaining. And when that pawn moves forward, you see that possibly it could create an isolated pawn in your position. I don't know, you might freak out a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So I kind of like this approach from Jules. I think given the circumstances, that was definitely the best shot at creating some difficult decisions for Linda before, or rather, in during the time scramble.
Yeah, exactly. Don't you think that white may want to try to pick up that a pawn so that we can finally target that b6 pawn? So let's say rook a1 is a move that comes to mind here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Rook a1, and then I guess I don't really have any choice but rook a8 to try and defend.
Yeah, you don't have rook f7, and I think that's the most concerning part. You have to play rook 8, and then I also have knight c6.
Well, you don't have knight c6 because I created this pressure against the f4
Right,
pawn,
right.
which is one of the reasons I think this h6 g5 plan was very, very good.
Maybe you'd have
But
to take first on g5 and then knight c6.
yeah, I don't think. I think you're overestimating the importance of this pawn. I think it's not something white is in a rush to capture.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't mind going rook a1, threatening the pawn, and then forcing rook a8 to put the rook in a defensive position. But then afterwards, I would maybe just centralize my king. Ooh, although here knight to c3 is a problem.
Oh, that's pretty tricky.
Yeah, no, that's not great. Um, so Jules does go with g5, and Linda rook to c6. So Linda makes the right call to just keep the tension between these two pawns.
Yeah, the
And
players are on
now
move 30, so they have 10 more moves to go. But with 2 minutes left on the clock for Linda, anything can still happen here.
I think king g7 now you should play to get control of some of the squares. Jules goes for the trade. I think this is a mistake because after the recapture now, the only thing that has really happened is that because you made the trade, you've opened up the h4 square for the white knight to try and put pressure on the f5 pawn. So I would have preferred having both these pawns still on the board since that would limit white's choice.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, Nemo just allowed bishop to f8. Or rook to f8. Dina's gone rook to f8. Maybe that's even better, actually. Moving the knight away, giving these rooks ability to coordinate together with the bishop, that feels wrong from Nemo. And she can't really afford to make this trade because then the bishop comes in, check on the king, and bishop moves back, threatening checkmate. And then there's more stuff coming in afterwards. This looks very, very bad.
That bishop is dangerous, and that's why rook f8 is such a good move. Trying to get the bishop involved on the king side instead. And it's crazy that it came all the way from c1 to and can potentially go to h6. That would be crazy.
Well, I mean, it's not actually that far now that we're making the arrows. I think the crazy part of it is that this bishop has some kind of meaningful influence on the game, given what we saw earlier.
Yeah.
So it's not the movement in itself, it's the fact that when we step back, this bishop was being blocked by pawns in freaking every direction. And suddenly this guy is going to be the hero. What are the odds?
Yeah, it's incredible, and that's why Dina sacrificed this pawn on a4, and she played the move bishop to a3, and that bishop is back to life.
We might have one of these games decided during the time scramble, but right now it is looking like the one between Jules and Linda is going to be a long, winded end game.
Yeah, it's just hard to see how either side can really make progress. Pieces are a little bit stuck, it feels like.
Sneezy Lasagna says, I love how bishops get stronger as the game goes on. And I think that's an incredible, very, very good thing to notice. Because normally you say that bishops are good in open positions, positions without too many pawns blocking its path. But if there's anything we've learned from this Dina game, it's that well, sometimes even a blocked bishop can come into life and show their worth. And I'm reminded, based on this comment from Lasagna, I'm reminded of my coach, Simon Agdestein, and how he told us, no, the bishops, it's not that they're good in open games, it's that they're good in long games. Which is, yeah, pretty much the exact same thing Lasagna said. Just I'm assuming they didn't know about the wise words of the Norwegian chess coaches.
You just described how good, well, the reason why the French can be so good. I have a really hard time convincing people that the light squared French bishop is a really strong piece, but you just described why it is a really good piece.
In the meantime, Jules has given a check on White's king, but the king just runs away. Do not hide in the corner because that would be checkmate coming in from the knight. But with the king going in towards the center, the king kind of wanted to go in that direction anyway. And Jules now returning to the f8 square to keep the pawn on f5 protected. She essentially wasted two moves there, going back and forth. And this also illustrates the mistake she made making the trade of the pawns, because the white knight on h4 is super annoying, putting that pressure towards the f5 pawn. And computer now thinks Linda has the advantage, despite Linda being down a pawn.
Yeah, Jules has a pretty passive rook over here. Can't really do much with it. And even though this rook is just attacking the bishop that is already well defended, but yeah, it's in a really strong square. But it's hard to proceed from here, other than the fact that it's holding down the black pieces, it's not really doing much there, but it still has this good purpose of keeping the knight here to defend the bishop. And the bishop doesn't really want to move either. But I see that Linda has moved the knight back.
Okay.
Does she want to repeat moves?
But it's not really a repetition, though, is it? That comes as a big surprise to me. I thought that knight was really well placed, putting pressure against the f5 pawn. If I'm Jules, I really want to try like, but the problem now is that I'm scared about this knight returning. If I'm Jules, I kind of want to go king g7 and then rook d8. And now anytime there's an attack against the f5 pawn, I can just go king f6 and I've got everything defended. The problem is with king to g7 that it gives white an opportunity to correct their previous mistake and re-engage the pawn on f5. Because now if I try king to f6 before I move rook to d8, well, then I get hit by the knight coming in with the fork. And wow, we do get a repetition here. Rook does return to the G file, and Linda returns to attack the pawn on f5. Linda might be, this is a classic mistake in chess, that you're so focused on what happened previously in the game that you're prioritizing that over the current situation. And right now it looks as though the girls are going back and forth for a draw, but Linda should go for the win here. Because even though she's down a pawn, the pressure her knights are levying on the black position is actually super, super annoying.
I guess both players feel like they're a little stuck with the pieces. They can't really make progress. So it's not easy to realize that you can do something here with white. The pieces don't really have access to many squares, so I guess it only makes sense for them to repeat moves, and it's not easy to understand that you can actually make progress here and fight for
but
a win.
Jules actually avoids the repetition and plays the move I wanted with king to g7. The problem with that move earlier was that king g7 allows knight to h4 to kind of correct Linda's previous mistake. But here the funny thing is, if Linda tries to go knight h4, that's okay, because then you can just go back and claim the draw. Because now they repeated an extra time. And if Linda doesn't fight knight to h4, then Jules genuinely is going to be better again, because then she manages to coordinate her pieces. Ooh, but Linda does correct her mistake.
She goes back to h4.
h4.
Is king h7 the best move, you think? Or does black have other options to continue?
Well, I mean, black is worse here. Like, white is better, but after king h7, you can claim a draw.
Right. I think with king g7, Jules basically declined the draw, and she played a different move, Hammer. She played knight d2 check.
But what is she hoping to achieve with this? She's giving a check on the king, but the king can just move and counterattack the knight, and the knight has to move back because of the pressure against the bishop. Linda moves up, threatens the knight, threatens the bishop. The knight has to go back. And now I guess Linda is going to go back to f1, but Linda should go for the win here. Linda should push her king further up the board. There's no reason not to improve that king's positioning.
Yeah, I guess if Linda really wants to, she could try to force it. Well, she can try to go for the repetition again, but she can't improve her position now. And the players are getting closer to the 14th move. 2 moves left for the extra 30 minutes. So,
but the thing is, Jules is completely stuck here. If she moves her king to protect the pawn, there's the fork. If she moves the rook to get it out of the way and continue with the king up afterwards, then she loses the pawn on f5. So
guess it's
Jules
hard to
here would
accept
be
that you're up a
completely
pawn.
stuck.
It's hard to accept that you're up a pawn and you have to go with a draw. I think that's the problem here. But Linda goes for knight hf3, so I think she's really looking for that draw here.
Yeah, but if she wanted the draw, she should have kept her knight in the most threatening position it could have. Because now what's going to happen, this was a big mistake. Now Jules gets what she wanted with rook to d8 when there's no need to protect the pawn on f5, and then she gets king f6 without the fork. That being said, even here, Jules cannot make progress, but at least she's getting closer. Like, she can move her king over to defend the bishop, then the rook can do a different task. Actually, I changed my mind. Jules can definitely do progress here. She'll move the king closer to the bishop, and then she can go rook a8. And if Linda thinks she can just sit there and move back and forth, at some point, she's going to face a5. And this then becomes kind of dangerous, because now you got to calculate.
Guess you still have rook a6.
Yeah. Well, I was thinking maybe this is something, but
You always have knight d3.
I was thinking something like this you could win, right?
Yeah, that's winning.
Did Dina just blunder her rook? No. Oh no, sorry. I forgot that Dina traded the rooks. Let me go back to the current position and Linda and yeah, so rook d8 was played, and now after knight h4, Jules gets to play king f6. So suddenly Jules managed to coordinate her pieces. In the meantime, Dina is still down a pawn and still the massive favorite according to the engines, because the black pawns are not working together as a unit as opposed to white's pawns, who are completely connected. We also have the bishop and the rook pointing in the same direction, close to the black king. Dina right now is attacking the pawn on a4, and she doesn't really care about that pawn. She just wanted to move her bishop away from the attack from the black rook. And now Nemo's going to do something like bishop d7 to protect, and then Dina's going to go boom. And she's going to have attacks on both sides. And if queen to c6, trying to defend the knight, then d5. That's very reminiscent of the d5 that Alexandra played in her game. That final pawn sacrifice in the middle to disrupt the coordination in the opponent's pieces.
I was wondering if in this game, if you get your queen to h4 and somehow you get to defend with king g7, do you think that white would have to go for g4, g5?
No.
No, there's no need.
I wouldn't think so. I'm starting to think there's some bishop c5 followed by d5 and getting the bishop to d4. Because there's so many variations where we can just sacrifice this pawn to completely disrupt everything.
Right. Yeah, that seems really strong. This bishop is becoming a monster, especially if it lands on d4. That is going to be really tough to defend.
How much time does Nemo have? 2 minutes, 20 seconds.
For 2 moves.
Ah, it's only 2 moves? But
yeah,
honestly,
they played pretty quickly.
Yeah, but even here, surviving 2 moves is kind of tough.
I mean, it's a really difficult position to defend, but I guess you can simply play king g7 and kind of wait to see what your opponent does. And this is also the move.
Yeah, she doesn't need to defend this pawn. That's a good point. Like, you would never capture this pawn because that would just make it easier for your opponent to point down towards your pieces. So you were right. King G7 has been played, and now Dina's going to go Queen H4.
Yeah, you can hold on to the knight only for so long because that F file is just controlled by white here. And yeah, the B file that black has here, you cannot really do much over there. So this seems to be heading to a full point
Yeah,
for Dina.
I just don't understand. No matter what happens on this move, Dina can go bishop to C5 followed by D5.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe H6 actually. Maybe Nemo can go H6, trying to control some dark squares around her king. Because then, if bishop to C5, she can go rook. Yeah, and the problem here is that the rook there also kind of ruins the defense this way. And if you go rook E6, then D5 is just a killer. Like this is actually here. Maybe you can even go here.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
This kind of thing is just the bishop making its way to the D4 square. It doesn't matter how many pawns Dina sacrifices on the way. It's just the number of pieces surrounding the black king is too much to deal with.
Yeah, these three pieces are working so well together. The dark squares are extremely weak, and this is what happens when you don't have the pair of bishops anymore. If only black had the dark squared bishop now to defend those dark squares, because that knight is unable to hold down the fort.
You just know Dina's seen all this, I'm sure.
Yeah.
She's looking at all the ways she can try and activate her bishop. There are no games tomorrow. We did have Alexandra on a couple of minutes ago, and she said there might be a stream just from, hanging out and having fun or whatever they like to do in Los Angeles. But there are no competitive games tomorrow. The games continue on Monday with Andrea taking on Linda and Alexandra playing. I actually don't know who Alexandra is playing, but
She's
it's a
playing
while.
Anna.
Oh, big matchup.
Yes, and Dina against Jennifer. So big day.
So that's why we need to rest before the everything is going to be decided.
That's right. Going back to the game between Linda and Jules, Jules did not go for this king f6 move that you were pointing out earlier. She retreated the rook to f8, and now Linda is going for it. She put her king on e3, and she seems to have shaken off the thought of trying to repeat moves.
Yeah, but at the same time, if Jules now just reverts to moving the king back, it's not clear to me how Linda proceeds for the win. I guess she needs to move the rook back. And then actually, no, it's very obvious. She's just going to move the rook back and then attack the pawn on a7. And black is not going to be in a position to use the rook to defend because then you lose on f5.
Hmm. Yeah, the rook
no,
will be
Jules is in big
overloaded.
trouble here.
Hmm.
That's devastating considering that she was completely winning not that long ago.
Yeah, and then she also had a
refused
draw.
going back and forth. Yeah.
It's difficult to change your mindset from being in a completely winning position because I'm sure she thought she was winning somewhere as well. For going from that mindset that you're trying to win to having to accept a draw, having to repeat moves, especially while you're still up a pawn. It's so hard to believe that you are worse in this very position. But truth is that the knights of white are just so strong. The pawns of black are not the greatest, and it's really easy for white to attack them.
She must be really regretting the pawn trade she did earlier, because that is what enabled the knight to get to this h4 square.
Yeah, and now she's paying the price for it. It's still not the end of the world, but this is definitely, it definitely feels like torture because you cannot play king f6 right now. You cannot move this rook. It's really tough to find a proper move here.
In the meantime, Dina is taking her time. Yeah, oh, they made it to move 40. So therefore, Dina is spending some time here. She has a winning position according to the computer, but the question is, how do you execute it? And I still really like this maneuver with bishop to c5.
Yeah, I like it too. I mean, you have to make use of the dark squares as they are available to you. And yeah, if you can park the bishop on d4, that position just seems completely winning. It's just impossible for black to defend. That bishop on c2 will come back to life sooner or later, especially if that knight is off the board. Once that knight is gone, then that bishop can finally come back to life and join the party here on the king side.
Although I guess here Nemo could go queen to d5 and just prevent the bishop from, well, prevent the pawn from sacrificing itself, and thereby also preventing the bishop from getting involved. Although, what are the odds you can just capture the pawn on a7 and then maneuver over here instead?
Yes, it's just a lot of moves, and maybe the queen can just retreat to b7 and just follow you as you
You
go.
just fell for my trick.
Oh
If the
no,
queen just follows, now I go d5.
you just set me up for this trick.
It occurred to me that it might
Okay.
be something worthwhile.
Hmm.
Because I just
Okay.
needed you to move your queen so that I could get back to this square. I kind of feinted this idea, and really all I wanted to do was get back into the center.
Yeah, you got me there.
Either way, I think the players are going to be spending some time now. They got an extra 30 minutes on both boards. And that's the tradition. When you get an extra 30 minutes after having had to rush your moves all the time just before that, when you get that extra time, suddenly you just have to sit down and think for 15 minutes. It's chess tradition.
Yeah, that clock goes down faster after move 40 for some reason. I don't know how that's possible, but it's the truth.
So for that reason, we're gonna give the girls some time to think about their newfound problems, or in Nemo's case, the problems that have been there for quite some time already. And we're gonna take a quick energy break so that we have the necessary energy to see these games out to their conclusion.
The energy you give is what you get back. And the person that you are is the people you attract. So I'm running my own race, just like my mama taught me. And I'm fine, yeah, it's call, say that you're running late. It's fine, say I'm running the same. But I lied, so I waited for 5 at the spot. You walked right up to me like it was regular. Just 2 dorks who can't keep to a schedule. Saturday night, going home with a smile in the dark. Sticky and you're stuck on my mind. Thought somebody would be harder to find. I got so messy, better hop in the tub for a wash. Uh-oh, now I wanna see you on the weekdays, and I wanna help you see beyond your weekdays. Love's blind, but you might catch a glimpse if you watch. Baby, you shine a different way. You paint away a gray and cloudy day. But when it's ever clear to me, you're nothing short of magic. You shape a world between your hands, then hide away and I don't understand. 'Cause when I have you near to me, it's nothing short of magic. Spilling our lives with a chai on the steps. Your coat laid it out with the rest. So cold when I finally left, it was hot. But I see us with the toes in the sand, and I'll go any place we can land. I'm sharp, baby, who would've thought we'd be getting all caught up in an art supply shop. Uh-oh, sticky and you're stuck on my mind. Thought somebody would be harder to find. I got so messy, better hop in the tub or wash. Uh-oh, thinking that I might just be delirious, but I can't help it.
And that was a very poorly timed break, if I could say so myself. And because while we were out, Jules went with her king to the side, and Linda went back with her king, and they've taken a draw. And frankly, I'm not sure this final position should have been a draw, Anamaya. If Linda had realized how good her situation was here, the black rook was tied down to the defense of the f5 pawn. So if Linda had gone after the a7 pawn, we could have seen the black position kind of collapsing here.
Yeah, exactly, Hammer. And I guess it's just really difficult to realize this. And seeing the material balance, you may think that you have to try to go for a draw here. And I guess based on the events that happened in this game, Jules was winning for quite some time, and then the position ended up in this endgame where it was not so easy anymore for Jules, and it was maybe even better for Linda to play on here and go for the win. But adjusting to the situation throughout the game is not so easy, and that's why I think Linda was okay to go for a draw, and Jules at some point also had to accept that she's not going to win this game anymore.
And a good point also made by Steeson in the chat. Not surprised Linda wanted a draw. She only had losses so far in the tournament. This puts her on the scoreboard, and she now has half a point in 4. A tough return to competitive chess for her.
Yeah, it's not easy being out of chess, competitive chess, that is, for so long. It's really difficult to get back into it, and there is so much that you need to kind of need to have the feeling for the game again. And after not playing for so many years, you kind of lose that feeling a little bit.
And here we have the standings on top. Jennifer Yu with 3.5 points out of 4. She's been a force so far. But we have one game remaining. And if Dina Belenkaya manages to win this position, which the computer believes is winning, then she will manage to equal Jennifer's score. and they will be tied at 3.5 points each. And the fun thing is they have not played each other yet. So their individual game is going to decide so much.
That's going to be an exciting matchup. But first, we'll have to see if Dina can convert this game. For now, her chances are looking great as she's looking to develop, to activate this bishop even more. As we pointed out earlier, we want to get that bishop on d4 as this knight is the target here. But she went with my idea, Hammer. She wants to go g4, g5, just like I did.
Yeah, and if this knight is knocked out of his position, that's gonna make black just fall apart, I believe. So I think in order to deal with this pawn advancing, I'm gonna say Nemo should go pawn to h6 to be ready to eliminate the white pawn should it move further forward.
Yeah, so you will be able to open up the king side even more. The white king is a little bit exposed, but it's almost impossible for black to do anything there.
And the key thing is just that I'm able to keep my knight on f6, right?
Yeah, for now.
Well, you say for now, but like in this position after the pawn trade, I mean, if I don't go h6, I guess let's put it the other way. If you go queen to d5 instead, which is what Nemo did, well, then you're not getting the knight to stay in its position. I also want to mention something else, Anamaya, because I've been starting to think about queen h6. I'm just gonna put it out there.
You're just putting it out there in case a potential checkmate is possible.
King takes
the king
queen,
is on g3.
Bishop comes in. This could be very, very dangerous. But or yeah, you're saying if the king is on g3. Yeah, I was also checkmate. I was thinking also if the rook is on f4. Because there are some g5 followed by h4 kind of things. I'm just gonna keep the idea in the bank. But for now, I guess the most obvious way of breaking through is going g5.
Right.
And then we're gonna knock
will go to
the
h5.
knight. I don't think you have much of a choice, do you?
I guess
maybe you can go to g8.
Ugh. It doesn't feel like that move should be legal.
Yeah, but the thing is, if you go knight h5, are you not just instantly getting checkmated? Like, how is this not just instant boom, boom, boom?
Maybe rook e8, bishop f5?
Ah. Yeah, that's gonna be a bit of a bummer.
But wasn't there some bishop takes e4?
Wait, what? Ah. Yeah, okay, so bishop takes e4, that wins the game. No? Why is the computer saying this is almost equal? Queen goes back. Queen goes back.
Queen g3.
G3. No, because now you can trade and you can give this check. Like, how is this not a complete disaster? Maybe still bishop f5.
What about knight
how
g7?
Can the computer say this is not winning for white?
Wait, can you not just take this pawn?
What do you mean? I'm checkmating you.
Oh, I missed that. I missed there's queen of 7. Well,
I'm not understanding anything here.
Chess is not easy.
How is the computer making us? This must be winning for white somehow. But I guess that's Nemo's general plan, right? She's trying to provoke the pawn to go to g5 to kick the knight out And then she's going to try to use her bishop to block the f file with the bishop instead.
Yeah. Not so simple. You may want to hold off from playing g5 so
But
quickly.
what about bishop e7?
Yeah, that's what we haven't looked at yet, because of course you can't take that. The queen takes f6.
That would be bad news.
Mm-hmm. But what if you don't take? What if you move the knight to g8 again?
Yeah,
Then
but
we
you
get into
just
the
mocked
same.
me for putting the knight on g8 earlier, and now you want to do it?
Well, it looked good until bishop f5 was possible, so.
Okay. I'm starting to wonder, speaking of like the sacrifices I did earlier, after knight g8, what do you think about rook f7? Okay, not a good idea. Computer is
It
saying
was a nice
checkmate in
try.
5 moves.
Maybe you should first start with the check. And then
Oh, yes. Oh, that's beautiful. No, it doesn't work.
it's
Oh,
a
but you
beautiful
can,
draw.
you can just go rook here. Okay, that was easier than we made it out to be. Just
It
bring
doesn't
as
feel
many
forcing
attacking
enough, though.
pieces. Yeah. One move that was not a check. That was everything. Okay, but g5 has been played. So bishop e7, I think that was maybe very clever. Because if g5, which was my first instinct, then just queen f2. And
Ah.
well, basically the queen is, if the queen tries to protect the knight, we have this very annoying d5 again. And then either the queen has to stop protecting the knight, which is bad, or the knight has to move, which is also very bad. With a sweet little checkmate here on the edge of the board.
Yeah, that's pretty. But Dina went for g5 instead, Hammer.
Now, I guess Nemo has some hope because she's trying to get the bishop to f5. I don't know why she's thinking here, though, because surely knight h5, right? If
Yeah.
knight g8, now rook f7. Damn it.
At least it's not
Well,
lost.
now we have the same idea with check and rook
Yeah.
f7. What am I saying? I'm actually genuinely confused. Why doesn't this work? This time it does work.
This time it works?
Why didn't it work earlier? Because we didn't have the pawn to control
I
the
guess, yeah.
h6 square. Yeah. Okay, so here we even have the very nice queen sacrifice. If you're going to win a stylish game, you might as well sacrifice a queen and give checkmate with a discovered check.
That's
The bishop
so pretty.
moving back and controlling everything.
Yeah, I
So
think
that
knight
would be
h5 will be
sweet.
played.
And now what?
I guess it's between knight h5 and knight g8, because if you play move to just knight d7, you just allow queen h6 and then rook f8 and mate. So you can't do that.
No, she has to go knight h5. I'm so surprised she's thinking about this. There's absolutely no choice whatsoever.
Yeah, at least with knight h5, you're blocking the queen, so the queen will have to find a new purpose. But I guess she is not happy about, yeah, potentially the queen maneuvering to f2.
Well,
To
if you
prepare
go
queen
queen
f8.
f2, then queen takes g5, right?
Yeah. I'm trying to see if I can make it work where I move the king first and then play queen f2, but yeah, maybe you can prepare it with king h1. That's
I feel
crazy.
like you need to move the bishop around to keep this pawn protected.
Oh yeah, right. That's the reason we move this bishop, yeah.
So check, obviously. King back. Wait, computer didn't like this check. Are we going bishop d1? Oh, she just can't protect the knight.
Wow.
It's easier to find when you know bishop f8 is not the best move, though. It's a lot easier to find with that knowledge.
Maybe
And-
we're tunnel visioning a lot because logically speaking, when you put a knight on h5, the opponent always tries to attack it with the bishop, right?
Yeah.
I guess it makes sense. We're just so focused on getting bishop f8 in.
There's another really big advantage of this, and that is when you capture the knight on h5, you're going to force black into recapturing. And that means black can no longer have the bishop safely on f5 protected by a pawn, because that pawn's going to be gone on the opposite side.
Hmm.
Okay, but after bishop d1, obviously rook e8, right?
Just take on h5.
Take,
Take.
queen back. But then
Rook
rook
f6.
f6.
Yeah, that's over.
And if we don't go back, then there's rook g6. But the problem is if the rook doesn't go back, white is probably not even going to take this, right? So after something like bishop to d7, white
Maybe you start with
gives a
bishop
check.
f8. Yeah.
Yeah, check, then take. And then bishop h6, threatening checkmate.
Yeah. Queen f4, I guess now.
g6.
I
Queen
like queen
f4?
f4. Yeah.
Oh yeah, queen f4 is just over. What am I thinking? That's just threatening checkmate.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's good. That's gonna do it.
Yeah, bishop d1 is crushing, but the question is, will she find this move? Because it's not an easy move to find. One of those retreating moves. You'd rather try to move forward.
She shouldn't have played g5 without finding. But I guess she played g5 because she didn't see bishop e7.
Perhaps, yeah. Yeah, bishop d1 makes a lot of sense. But only if you actually have it on your radar. And I can totally see a world where you're playing this game and it's just not even on your radar. It's so tempting to take the pawn on a4. It's so tempting to play bishop f8 check. But that's the question, how bad is bishop takes a4 right now? With the idea that you're stopping the rook from going to the 8th rank. So I'm going to try to keep my idea alive of checkmating on the 8th rank.
I like that. But I guess my fear is after bishop takes here, what if black just goes for the trade?
Mm-hmm.
Dina is suffering from the classic chess disease of too many good choices. No, but it's so classic that you make mistakes when you have too many good moves to choose between. Because then you end up spending a lot of time choosing between all of your tempting options. And suddenly you end up realizing that, oh, I'm very low on time. And then you make a mistake and mess everything up.
Yeah, she also spent quite some time already. For 2 moves, she spent already about 15 minutes at least. So that's quite a lot of time after move 40. She got the 30 minutes extra and she's already down to 15 minutes. So that's quite a lot of time spent.
The thing is, when you play pawn to g5, I'm very unhappy about this decision. Because if you play pawn to g5, you better have an answer prepared against knight h5.
Right.
Like, how are you pushing this pawn? It's such a committal move, giving the black knight a very solid square defended by a pawn, unable to have a white pawn attacking it. You don't go g5 unless you have the next move figured out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
which
so
is
bishop
easy
d1
to
makes
say in
sense.
hindsight when we know that bishop to e7 was even better. because it managed to knock the knight out of its positioning without allowing it to go to the h5 square since we had the pawn there. But I still think that this is the kind of super committal decision that you shouldn't make unless you got the next couple of moves planned out.
Yeah, I guess my hope is that she's calculating all the lines. But yeah, if once you see bishop d1, I guess it is pretty straightforward though. I'm thinking, is there a move that she could be concerned about after bishop d1 there? One move to think about, like, I would say h6 is one of those moves that look, you know, interesting, but then you just play bishop f8, right? And you just pick up the pawn anyway.
Yeah, something like that.
So I'm curious if there's one move here that could be challenging for white.
I think when you see bishop d1, that's kind of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So to me, it's more a question of whether she manages to delay all her thoughts about going after the black king, and actually take a time out to realize that eliminating the knight would be such a huge thing. But and like I said, right, it's not just about, oh, and she finds it.
She finds it. Wow.
Well done. Good job, Dina.
Very nice.
It's not just about eliminating the knight, it's also about making sure that black is unable to get the bishop to f5 and blockade the white rook.
I was looking at the camera trying to see if I could see anything from body language, and she's leaning forward so much that I thought she like almost disregarded the first 3 ranks of her side. I thought she was so focused on bishop f8 because she's leaning forward that much, but then she plays bishop d1, so great stuff.
And now Nemo's thinking, and yeah.
Yeah, what do you do here? I just have a hard time to find a challenging move here. The best you can do is really play rook e8 and hope for the best.
Yeah, the problem with that is that now Nemo's gonna spend the rest of her time, because she's desperately trying to find some way of getting out of this. And she's gonna be searching for as much time as she has left on the clock, because we know there is no way of getting out of this. But that's not going to stop her from spending the full 19 minutes to figure it out.
Yeah, the knight is trapped, so you're definitely losing that over there. You're losing the pawn at least. So you try to figure out the best way to survive here, but yeah, Nemo's pieces are just not in the right squares, and funnily enough, blocked by these pawns that are supposed to be strong on a 4th rank. But because of those pawns, Nemo has no play whatsoever. If only she could give up this pawn on e4, then we would be talking about a completely different position where bishop e7 would make things very interesting.
It's such a good point, and there are so many situations in chess where one of your main problems is your own pawns. And just from like a standard attacking position, imagine how much energy you spend pushing your rook pawn up the board, trying to trade that rook pawn for anything so that you can open up for your rook down towards the opponent's castled king. Chess would be such an interesting game if you could spend one move to remove one of your own pawns. I think that could be like a really interesting variant of chess. And it's something Nemo wishes existed here, to eliminate her pawn on e4, to then open up the energy of both the queen and the rook, putting pressure towards white's position. Because right now, both of those pieces are just bad because of the black pawn blocking their path.
Yeah, that variant would be insane. It adds another layer to chess, as if it wasn't hard enough already.
Yeah, I don't really have too much more to say about this game. I think Bishop D1 was a deceptively difficult move,
Mhm.
but having found that move, I think Dina's cruising into the win right now. And this has
I
been
think so
such a
too.
complicated, what word am I looking for?
Unconventional?
No,
No.
uncompromising. No, God, it's kind of late.
It's late in Europe.
I'm getting uncompromising. Yeah, but how do you
Uncompromising?
pronounce it? Uncompromising. Compromising. That's the one.
Yes.
I was spelling it out too much.
It's late hammer. And I think there's still quite some Europeans in the chat. I was asking the chat the other day, and there were quite a lot of people still up at 4 a.m.
We gotta catch the action. I was kind of happy I didn't stay up yesterday, but I was really excited about the game between Alexandra and Nemo.
You did it. When
And
was the last time? What was the last thing you saw from the game?
I saw I didn't see the queen trade. So I
Ah,
went to bed reasonably early.
okay.
The
You
queen
missed
trade
all
I think
the
was
drama,
around move 45 or something.
right? Yeah,
And
it was
they
getting
weren't even
crazy.
halfway at that point.
True. Yeah, we were thinking. Me and Benjamin were thinking. Oh, if you're watching, we assumed you weren't watching anymore at some point, and we thought, okay, you were probably better off not watching the game anymore because it was getting really crazy.
Yeah. No, Alexandra was so close to winning that one.
She was.
It's a bit frustrating, but it's good to fight with black pieces against the 2200. It's good to show them that they have to fight even just to make a draw.
Yeah. Yeah, it was crazy that the end game being up a piece is not completely winning. Like if you give anyone that position, you would just call it a win and that's it. But it was still so complicated and so easy to mess up.
Has Nemo been playing a lot of long games? Super Bucket says that this is nothing compared to her other games.
This
She
is her
did,
third long game.
yeah, because she had the one again we're talking about against Alexandra, and she also had the defense she needed
Against
against
Jennifer.
Jennifer.
Yeah. She only has long games.
But her problem is not just that she has long games; she has long games with suffering,
Yeah.
both
Yeah.
against Jennifer and against Alexandra. She was suffering, and here, thankfully for her, Dina's gonna put her out of her misery. Because after bishop to d7, like Nemo just played, check, take the knight to make sure the knight cannot go back here, and then bishop to h6. And that is gonna do it, right? Do we agree?
Yes. I
Computer
agree.
kind of didn't agree.
And there's this queen f4 move on the next turn, so.
Well, yeah, I guess queen d6.
Uh,
Queen back. How is this not just over? Takes. Check.
f7.
Wait. Oh, I gotta
Queen
be a bit
G3.
careful about this. Okay, so I recapture. And if you take the pawn, then I take your bishop.
Mhm.
Surely this is fine.
Yeah.
This is gonna do it. And then you give a check here. And somehow I escape from these checks
Right.
to win the game.
Yeah, that's convincing.
Easy peasy.
Flawless.
Now Dina just has to see those 10 moves. But I think that's going to be fine. She's
It's
not
pretty
going to
forcing.
capture. Yeah, she's not going to capture this knight now. Because if she does do that, she allows the rook to suddenly come over here and start pointing down towards the white king. Dina wouldn't be that silly. And if she makes the trade and then goes bishop check, then she allows the king to step forward. And suddenly it's much more difficult to checkmate the king here than it was checkmating the king on the back rank. So it's all very logical. You first give this check to force the king back. Now the king cannot go forward because of the pawn that's in the way. Then it's important to prevent the knight from being able to escape. So you take the knight before it escapes. Then you move the bishop back. You're threatening checkmate. And if the rook steps back, queen moves over. Checkmate imminent. And we can go to bed.
Yes, bishop f8 is on the board. King g8 played by Nemo. And yeah, this is looking really good for Dina, who's heading to a full point now. What I find really impressive by Nemo, I mean, she's in a losing position now, but she keeps on fighting. And she's had such long games. And I also believe she has not been feeling so well. She has been coughing a lot, I've seen, and despite all of that, she's playing really well. And also, she hasn't played much classical recently, right? And she also doesn't like classical whatsoever, but she still keeps fighting. And the fact that she still plays so well, despite all of these circumstances, is really impressive.
Oh my God. Oh my God. Dina did not take the knight. What are you doing, Dina?
Wait, what?
She went bishop h6.
I guess it doesn't change the situation too much, but it is questionable.
Oh, if the knight goes back, she can just take the knight. It didn't even occur to me. I was like, oh, this bishop is so valuable. I'll never trade it for anything. But here it turns out if the knight goes back, we can just take it. Because that frees up for the queen afterwards and the rook checkmate.
Yeah, she's just keeping that knight on the board, Hammer. She really values the bishop pair, you see?
Yeah. So Nemo goes rook back instead, and that presents an excellent opportunity for Dina now to capture the knight. Because now the knight is threatening to go back, right?
Yes, because
If you go queen f2, knight
knight
g7.
g7.
No.
Apparently this is completely lost. Oh, because queen f6.
Yeah. Yeah,
Knight
so
e6,
if
bishop g4.
knight back, queen up. And the problem is if the knight now moves again, we get this checkmate. It's a very nice checkmate. Anything
Yes.
sacrificing the queen is nice. But this is the general idea that Nemo is trying to avoid. But what is the saving move here then? Can we go queen f5? Like, how crazy is this? Queen f5 takes.
This is not
How
lost.
is this not completely winning for white? The bishop is actually trapped though.
Maybe that's why.
No, but seriously.
You just play rook b8 on the next turn.
Well, I guess you go here, right?
Yeah.
But how is this not winning, right? Apparently this is winning for black. Good grief. This is also good for black. At this point, I'm not sure what white is supposed to do even. Take here, maybe? No. Okay, yeah, let's not do that, Dina. Dina didn't do that. She took the knight. Very smart.
Yep.
Nemo takes back. And now queen f4. Can't go wrong with queen f4. Threatening checkmate. Only defense.
Bishop f5. or
Put
queen.
the something in between. And then we take that. And that's the game.
Then the rook can gobble up all the pawns.
I mean, I would think so. Like, even this guy is not surviving. How does the computer not give a bigger advantage than this?
Takes
Did
time.
Alexandra win? Yes, she did. A very, very hard fought game between Alexandra and Andrea. But Alexandra got the best of her in the end with a very nice pawn sacrifice in the center. Although I guess it wasn't a pawn sacrifice, but it was a very clever way of giving away a pawn to release the energy of her rooks.
Any surprises or upsets in the tournament yet? I guess, I mean, if Alex would have won against Nemo, that would have been quite an upset, but she did manage to get a draw off of Nemo, so that's still really impressive. And Jules has been playing really good chess. She is the lowest rated in the field, and she has had some tough games, but she has been playing really well, so her performance is also really impressive.
Jules was winning against Dina yesterday. That would have been a massive one.
But it was really, it was right there, but she probably misevaluated the position as she was down the exchange. Anna almost won against Dina. That would also have been a really big upset, but yeah, that game was completely crazy.
There's been a lot of almosts.
Yes.
So a lot of people fighting back from bad positions. Jules was winning against Linda today. Linda was almost winning against Jules, and it still ended in a draw. We've had Nemo survive against Jennifer. We've had Nemo survive against Alexandra. We've had who am I forgetting? Almost doesn't count. But the thing is, Mike, if you play against any of these girls, you get destroyed, right? So the thing about almost is that at least you have some adjustments to make before success. So almost, while it doesn't count, it's still like it's a step in the right direction.
Yeah. Yeah, we've had some really exciting games. And I think because of the fact that all these games are so close, that makes it so exciting. Because imagine if all the 2200s would just beat the rest of the field and that's it. That would not have been as fun. The girls are making it super exciting, so it's great stuff.
Almost as competitive, at least. Yeah, I guess that's what I'm saying. Even Jennifer had to work very hard to get her points. Well, the thing about Jennifer is that she's made it look so easy. Like, she's working hard for it, but at the same time, it's like it just comes naturally to her, is my impression so far. Like, Dina is about to have just as many points as Jennifer. Like, they're both gonna be on 3.5 out of 4, a fantastic score. But Dina's been
the rocky road up there.
Yeah. For instance, in this game, like, computer was saying she was lost at some point. Against Jules, computer was saying she was lost at some point. Against Anna, she was literally down bishop for absolutely no good reason.
She was
Like
one move
Dina
away
having
from losing.
3.5 points out of 4 is miraculous.
Yeah. Yeah, she survived some pretty rough positions there. So, yeah, against Anna, she definitely should not have gotten the draw there, but she managed to survive that in a crazy way.
Dina's clutch, simple as that. I mean, winning is a skill. And
Yeah, swindling
like,
is
for instance,
also,
yeah. But the thing is also like Magnus, when Magnus plays, like stuff happens even at the very, very, very top level. But somehow Magnus has a tendency of always landing on his feet, always managing to win in the end. This prior week being the a very rare exception, but exceptional circumstances too. Magnus is just lucky, yeah. The well-known chess sorry, ingredient, luck.
Yeah, sometimes luck helps a lot. I played last season in Dutch League, and I had this game where I had a queen, and my opponent had queen at knight. And you never guess what happened, Hammer.
Queen against queen and knight, nothing
Yes.
else.
Nothing else. That's it.
You managed to win queen and knight?
I managed to win queen versus queen at knight.
Wait, you had the queen?
Yes.
Oh my god, that's even worse. Even if you won with the extra knight, that would be bad.
Yeah, it was okay to take a draw, but my opponent played on, so you know,
I once won. I had the rook versus rook and knight. And my opponent was desperately trying to figure out a way to win with rook and knight. Of course, he knew that it wasn't supposed to be possible, but he was trying to put the maximum amount of pressure.
Yeah.
And then he forgot his clock and lost on time.
Oh my goodness, that's the worst.
Yeah, well, I don't see how it could be worse than losing with a queen and knight versus queen, but it's got to be in the same kind of genre.
Yeah, my teammate recently sent me another example of this. It actually happened recently in an open tournament, I believe. An 2000 rated player was beating a GM, exact same way, and yeah, it just goes to show that the knight is maybe overrated piece in that endgame. And actually, the game has ended. Dina wins the game.
GG's. Dina gets the win. She's threatening a checkmate in that final position. And the only way to prevent the queen from doing that checkmate sacrifice is moving your own queen back. But that means the queen abandons the F7 square, allowing white's queen to get in there. Anyway, a checkmate with the kiss of death at the end. Oh my god! And Dina is very happy and or violent as a result of this win.
Okay, she shows no mercy even after the game.
And we have updated standings. 2 girls in the lead right now. Jennifer Yu convincingly beats Anna Kamling, which means that Jennifer and Dina are the 2 girls on 3.5 out of 5. Anna, after her loss, remains in the top 3, but she has been joined by Alexandra on 2.5 points. And those 2 are playing against each other in the next round. Speaking of playing against each other, as is Jennifer against Dina. So next round, we have Jennifer versus Dina. Dina with the white pieces. We have Kamling with the white pieces against Botez. And we have Nemo, black against Jules. So we literally have everyone who's next to each other on the standings are playing against each other. Can you
Wow.
imagine a more exciting round? But unfortunately, this is not going to be tomorrow. Because tomorrow is going to be a rest day. Alexandra said there might be a stream, but that stream is not gonna include the official competitive tournament games. But there might still be other competitions. I suspect, because this is a competitive bunch.
Ooh, super excited to see for that stream tomorrow. But we will be returning in 2 days when the tournament continues, and we are past the halfway mark now in the tournament, but the last 3 rounds are going to be super exciting. There's a lot of matchups still that can decide the championship, and I'm really curious to see how the players will end this tournament, as they will be going to a rest day now, and let's hope that Andrea manages to recover after having a tough first half of the tournament.
And one last important message. The game between Linda and Andrea is going to start 1.5 hours earlier than the other game than the games have normally started. So Andrea versus Linda, that's 9:30 a.m. Pacific on Monday, which is 6:30 p.m. Central European time. So more stream time, essentially. But it means make sure to don't miss out on the first hour and a half there.
Great
Good
news
night.
for Europe.
Whatever.